In just a second here, just trying to confirm. Alrighty, confirm that we are live. Those of you just joining, definitely smash the like button and get this stream out there to more folks. We are live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania at an event that Bernie Sanders is going to be speaking at shortly to kind of help rally get out the vote here in Pittsburgh. We're going to try to walk around and do some interviews with folks. If you guys didn't catch our stream last night, we went live from the Trump rally with Dr. Oz and Doug Mastriano. If you haven't watched any of that, after this, definitely go and check out some of those videos, the whole stream or the videos. Entertaining to say the least. Make sure you're subscribed, and definitely, if you guys are just tuning in, smash the like button. All of this on-the-ground reporting that we're doing, we got me out here, Lewis, you got John behind the camera. This takes a lot of money, so if you can support this kind of reporting by becoming a member, definitely do so at statuscoup.com/join. If you want to give just a one-time donation, you can also do that by joining at statuscoup.com/donate and just do a one-time donation there. That also helps us a ton. Last housekeeping thing, if you want to leave some super chats, add a couple bucks. Again, that's another way to help us out. And periodically throughout the stream, and if not throughout, definitely at the end, I'm going to have Colin, who is kind of controlling things behind the scenes, send me an email with all those super chats, and I will read them out and we'll respond to some of your questions and thoughts. With that, let's see if we can get some folks to chat with us for a second here, again in Pennsylvania. Let's see. How's it going? Would you mind chatting for a couple minutes just about what brought you out and kind of what your kind of decisions are as we're going into voting on Tuesday next week?
Well, I'm out here because I'm a proud supporter of Fetterman, Summer Lee, and Josh Shapiro and all the Democrats up and down the ballot. I've met Summer Lee personally. I really vibe with her policies, and I think that, they're fighting for... A lot of people are talking about how the economy is the biggest issue on the mind of voters, and I think they are fighting for a better economy for Pennsylvanians. I think that, we've seen time and again that Republican counties, they aren't getting the funding that they deserve under their own leadership, and I think that, hopefully we will see a change in how our county is being funded, how our communities are being treated under these folks who are from our communities, who know us, who speak to us.
Now, do you think the Democrats are putting out like a clear message or plan on the economy right now? Because it seems like this has been kind of like, they were running heavily on the abortion issue, which is very important to a lot of folks. But it seems like in the last week and a half, they've kind of been like, oh, shoot, like we need to talk about the economy because that's where Republicans seem to have been making a lot of ground. Do you think they kind of dropped the ball there, or do they have some sort of plan that maybe I'm not aware of? I don't know.
I think they may have dropped the ball a little, but I understand that, in politics there's always these hot button issues that folks jump on, and, abortion is certainly one of those, and it's been a hot button issue for 50 years, and it's a crucial topic. But I think that, I'm glad to hear folks starting to connect the two, because abortion and economics are very much tied together. The financial stability and independence of women is very much tied to, their ability to exercise reproductive freedom. So I'm glad to see folks actually starting to make those connections and starting to see that an economic plan that is not holistic and does not work for all of us is not one that should be working in America.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, and yeah, we'll see you in there. Yeah, appreciate it. Let's see. It looks like somebody is about to go on and start speaking. I think we should try to do a couple more interviews and then cut over to that. So we'll try to talk with a couple more folks. How's it going?
What's this about?
Yeah, we're actually just chatting with folks about kind of what's going into your decision-making process going into Tuesday. Thoughts on Fetterman, Oz at this point. So I guess what are your kind of top issues that you're looking at when you're deciding your vote next week?
Well,
this week, basically, at this point, yeah.
Unions, basically, I would say. Fetterman did not look very good the other night at all, but I'm still going to fucking vote for him because I don't like Oz, and he looked like the devil up there. I mean, like, he's like a fucking snake oil salesman, and he, no matter what, he still looks like that. I don't care if Fetterman is fucking, like, drooling from his mouth up there. I'm going to vote for him. I mean, like, wasn't thrilled about the fracking thing, but, like...
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, actually. Yeah, because, back there's the video of him in 2018, definitely against fracking, and then basically for this campaign, flip-flopping it. Are you concerned about potential, like, flip-flops on other issues? Obviously, it's not a uncommon thing amongst politicians, but...
I mean, like, he seems like he's I mean, he's a politician. I mean, like, there are means to an end, I kind of think. If he flip-flops, and I think, get rid of him. But, like, I, at this point, don't want Oz to be in office, and I kind of see voting for Fetterman as the short-term preventing that, so...
like kind of looking at things a little bit more broadly, obviously do we think that, say the Democrats do get in and pick up an extra Senate seat, which is honestly a 50-50 coin flip at this point at best, right? Do we think that they're going to actually go ahead and do something on some of these issues they're talking about? Abortion's a big one where, they're like, yeah, just get us through the midterms and then we'll do something about this. In reality, I'm not convinced that they're going to pick up more seats. I mean,
I don't think they're going to do anything even if they do. I mean, like... It's the whole, like, strategy the strategy of the Democratic Party right now is to, like, boost the far right as a means of, like, comparing himself against them, so in order to basically keep the left out. Of course they're not going to do anything with it. You do kind of need to, like, vote for them in the elections, because otherwise, I mean, you're going to get the stick instead of the carrot, you know what I mean? But, like... I think that the entire Democratic Party has to be destroyed and then rebuilt from the ground up. I don't really see any other way of, like, actually affecting change in this country. I mean, like, next year when the UPS workers go on strike, I mean, I think that that's a great opportunity to try to, like, extract some, like, political concessions and demands. But it's not going to happen if we just keep voting for Democrats uncritically. I mean, like...
Right, so your votes for Democrats in a lot of cases are a vote against Republicans.
Yeah, I mean that any vote for, like, a Democratic candidate that I make that isn't, like, I would say a socialist is a vote against a Republican. I mean, you have to do it because, again, I don't want to see what the stick would look like in this country. But
what do you think about, so obviously, like Bernie, the squad, the left end of the Democratic Party, the progressives, if you want to call them that, do you think that they're, like, being tough enough on some of this stuff? Like, obviously, like, right after Bernie made the endorsement of Joe Biden during the presidentials, and they did that extremely cringe video together, which seemed very scripted, and Bernie got his word that the $15 an hour minimum wage would be on there. Like, we haven't heard anything about that since then. Like, $15 minimum wage hasn't come out of anybody's mouth. That's just one issue, right? Adding a public option is another issue. Do you think that the left, the farther left candidates on the Democrat side, AOC, the squad, those types of folks, are pushing hard enough, or are they just kind of falling in line when they need to? Of course
they're falling in line. They're in the House. I mean, like, I would say that, like, in almost any situation, like, I like Rashida Tlaib, I like, AOC seems to be tacking a little bit too far to the center, I would say, on a lot of things. Cori Bush is cool, but, like, I would say in general, like, the left-wing members in Congress need to be a lot more vocal. I mean, like, because right now, there's basically no left opposition to all this shit that's happening right now. I mean, like, the right and the center are basically able to completely take over, like, the entire conversation, and whatever, like, the few left-wing public officials that do exist to speak out against it, they're, like, pretty routinely shouted down. I mean, like, I think that there just needs to be an entire apparatus to let the left get their message out without having to rely on these institutions that are never going to support them. They're always going to make them compromise away the most important things. I mean, like...
Yeah, but I mean, at certain instances, like, I remember back when they were passing Biden's infrastructure plan, that was like a watered down version. And honestly, like, even friggin' Trump's infrastructure plan was going to be $4 trillion. He wasn't able to do it either. He wanted to do $4 trillion, and then the Democrats, like, negotiated themselves down to, I forget, at the 1.9 or something at this point. But, like, at that point, the progressives could have been like, hey, we could hold this hostage and not vote for it.
They hold a lot of stuff hostage that they don't, but they don't. I mean, like, as it stands right now, it's all useless because none of it has any actual ability to affect the system. The only way to affect change in America right now is striking. I mean, like, that's why next year is going to be really important. I mean, like, hold the thing hostage, and then see who's really got the power, whether it's workers or if it's capital or if it's the fucking, like, petty bourgeois, like, small business owners and, like, franchisees and stuff like that that are basically just exploiting their workers for free money. So,
and that circles back perfectly to what you said, unions kind of being your top issue and why you're getting on supporting it. So, yeah.
I thing I like about Fetterman is that he would support the PRO Act. So the PRO Act is really my main issue. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So in 1989, there was a strike for the machinists union that was followed by sympathy strikes from the other unions, and at the company, Eastern Airlines was being destroyed by Frank Lorenzo, who wanted to bust the union and sell the company off for scrap. My grandma was a ticketing agent, and my grandpa was a baggage handler, and it basically destroyed, whenever the unions got broken, it destroyed their entire lives. I mean, like, me being able to go to college, a lot of that was funded by the pensions that they had. I mean, a lot of the money they saved from working at the union, it let them buy a house. I mean, like, my grandparents were like super poor growing up, both of them, and the union allowed them to actually have a life. And there's no good reason they took that away from us. I mean, like, I want to, like, have the union way of life again. I mean, in a way, I suppose it is kind of like a reactionary tendency to want something that has been taken away, but I don't see this as problematic. This is something good. This was something progressive that happened. This was a step back whenever the unions got busted. We need to make that step forward again and to actually give working people, like, lives with dignity. Because if you don't fucking, I mean, even if you're a rich person who doesn't want to, like, spare the bottom line, you should be concerned about people rising against you. I mean, pay the working class off or give them power. I mean, you have to make a choice. So that's what this is about.
Yeah, well said. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah. We'll try to chat with someone else in a second here, too. But again, if you're watching this live stream, definitely press the like button, share the stream with folks, help get the message out. Super chats definitely welcome. Colin will be emailing them out here for me at the end, and I will go through and read all of them. Also, again, this type of on-the-ground reporting is only possible because of our members. Definitely consider becoming a member for as low as $5 a month at statuscoup.com/join. If you want to just make a one-time donation, that is also an option by going to statuscoup.com/donate. Definitely consider doing that. Again, we're going to have Bernie Sanders coming on sometime after 12. And before that, there are going to be a couple other speakers as well. But yeah, well, let's see if we can find some other folks who want to talk, potentially. Yeah. We are, but you can talk to John. There you go. Yep. Awesome. So John's chatting with somebody here, but yeah, again, we're in downtown Pittsburgh. Yesterday, we were at the Trump event that was taking place just outside of Pittsburgh in a town called Latrobe. We spoke to voters there. Dr. Oz was present. Mastriano was present. And that was definitely, if you haven't seen those videos, definitely go back and check some of those out. It was interesting, to say the least. I'm going to see if I can find some other folks who want to chat. How's it going? Well, we're just looking to chat with folks about kind of how you're making your decisions and stuff moving into the election on Tuesday. I guess, are there any specific issues that, like, are top of mind for you as you go in to go vote?
You know, I don't really want to say.
That's okay. All good. All good. Yep. Have a good one. Alrighty. How's it going? We're just looking to chat with folks about kind of what you're thinking about when you're making your mind up about going to vote on Tuesday. If you guys be willing to just kind of share what your top issues are and that sort of thing. All good? Hey, you're fine. You're fine. We'll get somebody for you all. Definitely smash the like button while we kind of get in here and try to talk to some more folks. We'll try these guys over here. But how's it going? Hey, we're just looking to chat with folks about kind of what brought you out here today, how you're making your mind up going into voting next week. Are there any issues that are kind of top of mind for you?
Yeah.
What are some of those issues?
Most likely, to me, my personal top issues are the unions, the abortion, and just personally keeping the majority the way that it is. That's just, I know that's not really an issue, but at the end of the day, the Republican Party gets back into the majority, a lot of bad things could happen, cuts to Medicare, Social Security. It's its own issue. So, to me, Again, there are some specific issues that people are worried about, which are true, but everything could fall out if they get back in the House.
Absolutely. Now, do you think if Democrats keep their majority, or like obviously at this point it's kind of a toss-up if that's going to be able to happen, a coin flip at best, they're almost definitely going to lose the House. Do we think if Democrats, though, do keep the House, they keep the Senate, are they going to push forward some of the stuff that they're running on right now, or are they going to continue to kind of just, I don't know, talk about them and not take action?
Well, personally, I mean, you are right that it would be hard to keep the House. But the Senate and the House, if it is kept Democratic, it will have been historic. I mean, it will have been a clear mandate to the Democratic Party. And before last year, Joe Biden's administration was committed to doing things. Unfortunately, Democratic Party leadership couldn't get Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema to agree, but Biden was perfectly willing to sign Build Back Better, which I know isn't Medicare for all. It's not perfect, but it's the best bill in 60 years, and it was killed by 2 senators. So my point is that if we, the people, can show that, hey, we're not going to let the Republican Party muck our minds up with garbage, and that we're going to say no to Manchin and Sinema, we're going to say no, you're wrong, and we're going to elect people like John Fetterman who are going to vote against the filibuster, and we're going to get what we want. If that happens, it'll send a clear message to Biden that said, no, you're not going to coast by. We want to codify Roe, and we want the original Build Back Better the way that it was. But if the Republicans do win back the House, it's not horrible, because six months ago people were expecting red wave 2010. You're going to lose 60 seats, you're going to lose 4 seats. But now at this point, NBC just released their last congressional poll. Democrats have gained 3 points in 2 weeks, and they're up 2.
Yeah, I will say, and like, it's definitely, the House is going to be tight. But a question for you based on something you said. You mentioned Manchin and Sinema holding up the bills. In my opinion, Joe Biden very well could have been like, okay, like put way more pressure on them. Like Joe Biden should have been like, hey, Joe Manchin, if you ever want to win an election again in your life, you're going to vote for this. Otherwise, I'm going to direct as much money as I can behind the scenes to any primary challenger against you. I'm going to personally go campaign in West Virginia against you, or send people who are more popular in West Virginia to campaign against you. He didn't do any of that. Like, why do we think he might do it now?
Well, to me, your point about Joe Manchin is different because, one, West Virginia is like a Trump plus 40 state.
Yeah, maybe Joe Biden campaigning against...
If Joe Biden wants to go to West Virginia in 2024 and say, no, we're going to run Richard Ojeda against you, then what's going to happen is that whoever wins is going to lose by 30 to whoever the Trump slob is. But I do agree that more Democratic Party leadership could have put more pressure on them to do more. But at the end of the day, Joe Biden himself had made, when he ran, his position was clear that, listen, I'm not going to go out here and like stump for this. But if the Democratic Party and its base are going to have some kind of overwhelming push for things, like the COVID relief, that he's more than willing to take credit for it. Like, look at the student relief. Biden, in the primary, look back at his debates with Bernie, he didn't want to do student relief. And he eventually buckled and said, well, do a little bit. But he did it because, one, he wants to be popular with the base. And
I think because he saw his polling number and was like, oh shit, I need to...
So to me, you got to understand that the opposing party almost always gains in midterms. So if we can keep the House and Senate to those elites, because all they understand is money and winning elections, if they see the base is coming out, it may change their mind saying, listen, we have to give them something. It may not be everything. But Biden's poll numbers went up after he pardoned some of the people for marijuana cases. They went up after the student loan debt. And if we come out for Roe and whatever you're voting for on this day, this may say Dick Durbin, who is the whip, who's really, it's Dick Durbin's fault more than Biden's. Because Durbin, as the majority whip, is the one who's supposed to whip his votes into shape.
Again, if there's issues, like Biden kind of ran on the, like, I've been in the Senate, obviously it's not the same as the House, but like, you know, I can go and rub shoulders with these guys.
Biden's a politician. So what Biden is very much, you can kind of see through what his gain is. Where if it's there, he'll do it. Biden's number one thing is being popular and winning re-election. So if the base can come out and give him what he needs, he'll do it. If he doesn't have it, he's not going to push for it, which to me is good enough, more than someone like Obama, who had huge majorities and just decided not to do it. So at least it's progress, where you have a guy like Biden who said, listen, I'm not going to sit here and stump for Medicare for all, but if you put a bill on my desk, I'll do it as long as it's popular with the base, which is good enough for me.
One more. So, like, one thing, and I think this sort of falls into the category, but Bernie personally went and got the promise. It was a cringy video that they put out right when Bernie endorsed Biden, essentially saying, I'll definitely make the $15 minimum wage, a pillar of, I'll definitely get it done. When was the last time you heard anyone talk about minimum wage? Never, right? Yeah.
The last time Biden, the Democratic Party leadership, talked about $15 minimum wage was before 2021. That's after the Manchin and Sinema stuff happened, but it's also right after the Glenn Youngkin victory in Virginia. I think a lot of people, after the Glenn Youngkin victory in Virginia, pretty much everybody just gave up on Biden. They said it's over. Might as well not even try anymore because it's going to be a 2010 red wave, which I feel was a misstep because Glenn Youngkin only won by 0.5%. The idea that...
Right, not a landslide,
The idea that it was just over now and that the voters have spoken and that far-left Joe Biden is going to get a push. When really, what can you say Biden did far-left except try to get Build Back Better? There was an attempt. It wasn't like some stump speech, but he tried.
Yeah, not to mention even like the Biden's infrastructure bill, like Trump even was talking about an infrastructure bill that was twice the size. He never got it done, but he never got much done. But yeah,
because Trump, as much as he is, because Trump's not really that politically savvy. Campaign-wise, he knows how to get these white working class.
We were there last night.
Yeah, voters to like believe his stuff, but like at the end of the day, he still has to get in a room with Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan and say stuff. It's kind of like, I don't know if you read the Fire and Fury book or whatever the title was, where Trump was, when he first got office, was like, well, what's the cheapest healthcare plan? And his advisors gave him like, well, why don't you put everybody on Medicare? And Paul Ryan, who was still the speaker at that time, had to sit him down and go, Trump, you got to understand, you can't put everybody on Medicare because that's a single-payer system. And he's like, I don't understand, it's cheaper. And he's like, listen, you don't understand because you're dumb. We can't do that because that's not what our donors in the healthcare industry want. And then, of course, he flipped. Because that's a very good point. But it's just that it's more or less not that Trump's promising things. It's just that he doesn't understand what the Republican Party wants. He just wants to give food to his base. So that's why Trump goes out there and talks about like transgender bathrooms and wall, while the people who run the Republican Party are talking about tax cuts for the rich. We're going to do all this stuff. It's just a disconnect between him and the base who votes for the Republicans and what the politicians actually want. So.
To get back, and then I'll let you go after this. To get back a little bit more towards I have a wasp in my head. Is it gone? All right, good. Guys, if you're watching too, like the video, help share the stream, get it out there. Okay, so back to the progressives. You know, like we both were talking about, the $15 minimum wage hasn't happened. Single payer hasn't happened. Do you think that the further left, the squad, Bernie, some of these folks should be like staking out their position and being like, I'm not going to vote yes on any compromise? There are a couple bills that went through this year that the progressives, there was enough people on the left end of the progressive caucus, plus Bernie and folks in the Senate, who could have stopped some of these bills from happening. But when it came down to time to vote, everyone fell in line and did what Nancy Pelosi told them to do and voted.
That's the key.
Do you think that progressives need to be a little bit more hostile there and not vote for things until they get the way that they want it?
I absolutely agree with that. And that was my more or less opinion, was always that Biden has always, again, made his position that if he's pushed or shoved by the base, he will do things as long as it's popular with the base. He's not going to make a stump speech here for Medicare for all. So the squad has to understand that when Nancy Pelosi, if we lose the House, Pelosi's gone. The reports have already said that. All these Dem insiders have already said that if we lose the House, Pelosi's gone.
That would be one benefit of them losing.
Exactly. So
joking. Well, I mean, I'm not a Pelosi fan. It's not a joke. Yeah.
It's And at the end of the day, Hakeem Jeffries does not have the power Pelosi does.
Right.
So, in my opinion, if just say in a world where Pelosi steps down or whatever, and we win back the House, the progressives will have no reason not to fight. Because the people have came out and said, no, we're going to go with Roe, and we're not going to have the Republicans in. I don't think people realize how big of a mandate that is. For the people to be like, no, I prefer the president's party in a midterm. So if we go into 6 months from now, and it's like 219 to 216 Democrats hold the House and the Senate, if progressives don't stake their power, then they're never going to. Because now their numbers are going to pretty much double. You have Michelle in Texas, you have DeLuzio, you got Lee. They're going to have, if Skinner wins, the squad's numbers are pretty much going to double. And the progressive caucus is going to have like 90 plus people. So if you're not going to put your power in now, even after the Democrats overperform historically, then you're never going to do it unless Bernie or someone.
And some of those seats are definite. You mentioned, I think you mentioned Greg Casar, who's running. So Greg Casar is also. I actually I'm from Texas. He would become my representative if he were to win, and he's definitely going to win that race. It is not a close seat. That is one of the Texas gerrymandered seats that they basically give to the Democrats.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, there are going to be more folks involved. You're right.
And when you talk about, and that's just the squad. If you're talking about the Congressional Progressive Caucus,
the Congressional Progressive Caucus, in my opinion, is an absolute joke.
But on paper, it's going to have 90 plus people, and it's going to have 60 more than the Blue Dogs.
Right. Yeah. But it's 90 plus people who will endorse Chantel Brown over Nina Turner. I don't know if that's in my opinion, the Progressive Caucus is.
It's a joke. My biggest gripe with that was, again, when you talked about the $15 minimum wage, my gripe was not with the $15 minimum wage, because, again, the Democratic leadership was like, if you want it, come and get it.
Right.
But for none of the squad to come to Nina's defense was worse than $15.
AOC the night before, I'm like, what a joke.
If you're a progressive, you should be more mad at that than $15 minimum wage. Yeah. Because I'm not going to sit here and blame the Democratic Party leadership, because in 2020 they laid it out. They're like, this is what it is. And their mules are going to fall in line, the libs and McKeesport. They're going to do whatever the Democratic Party wants. But the progressives, the people here, should hold their leaders to a higher standard if they win back the House. That is my opinion. You are right about that. Because there will be no reason to. Because you can excuse it this year, because you go, the Glenn Youngkin win, blah, 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 whatever. But if they win back the House, there is no excuse, because it's historic. The last time that happened was, 2002? When the president's party gained instead of lost in the midterms. It'll have been historic, and there'd been no reason not to. That means you've been given all the power. There are more people on your side. You've been reinforced. If this happened, then there'd be a left-wing wave. It's not like people are coming out to vote for Joe Biden, the moderate. People, if he wins, it's going to be some wave of women for Roe. So there would be no excuse, and it really would be on the progressives in leadership positions in the House to push the party and push Biden to the left. There would be no excuse not to do it. Because these last 2 years, you can Kyle Kalinske your way into thinking that it's not the squad's fault and make excuses. But if the Democrats actually hold on, there is no more excuse anymore. That'll just show me that they're not serious yet. That you need that caucus needs a leader like Nina that can put pressure on them, because it'll have been clear that people like Ilhan Omar and AOC are not. They can be cogs in the progressive machine looking forward into the movement, but they can't be, for lack of a better word, the Trump of the progressive movement. Someone that could get what he wants and just take the entire base of his party and go, no, actually, we're not going to vote for Ron DeSantis. We're going to do whatever I want to do. And these are the people who voted for Romney not even a decade ago. And now look at them now. Why? Because they got a leader that let all the mules fall in line. And, it is what it is. But you are right about that, yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time. That was great. Definitely check out. Are you aware of Status Coup? Have you seen us before? Jordan Sheridan.
You're with Jordan Sheridan.
Yeah. He's probably watching. You can say hi to Jordan. There you go. He's watching. There you go.
I think
yeah. We're live streaming right now. We'll do some clips later too. Yeah. Have a good one. All right. There we go. How's it going?
You guys with Status Coup. That's crazy. That's definitely one of my favorite channels. That's all I want.
You heard it here. We're out here. Hey, let's. If you're watching right now, and then I'd love to ask you a couple questions if that's all right. If you're watching right now, like the video, help get this live stream out to more people. Definitely become a member. StatusCoup.com/join, or make a one-time donation by doing StatusCoup.com/donate. Super chats always welcome. I'll definitely read them through at the end. So yeah, what's got you out here today? You got the Fetterman shirt on. What are you kind of making your decisions on going into Election Day on Tuesday?
Well, I make my decisions. The decisions they leave us, I should say, to kind of piggyback off what I was just listening to. We live in a monopolized corporate state, basically, right? And that's how it's been forever. But it's just gotten worse in our lifetime, probably since Reagan. Busting unions. I mean, I'm just for progressive issues, period. I mean, anything that's going to help the people more than help Main Street more than Wall Street is definitely, like I said, they're going to give us what they give us, right? Lesser of two evils, that old saying. Right. But I do believe that Fetterman is a good guy. I believe he cares about the people. I believe, obviously Bernie. I'm a very strong Bernie supporter. I'm not saying anybody is perfect. Let's get this clear. However, is he a sellout? No. Has Bernie been working for the people for ever, almost?
I don't even know how many.
Longer than we've all been alive right here, probably, the three of us. Yeah. So with that being said, yeah, that's my thing, man. Like, I mean, we live in a corporate state, monopolized, and no, capitalism does not just mean everybody makes what they deserve. It's probably the opposite of that, total opposite of that. And, you know, people get scared of, the socialism, this, that, the third. However, you know, so
it sounds like, again, even in this case, like kind of voting for one of the choices that you were given, right? Like Fetterman might not have been your top guy. You might have looked for someone more progressive, but you're voting for him against Oz, or are you voting for Fetterman for Fetterman?
Thanks for that last part. No, I think Fetterman's a good guy. I think obviously, you know, he has some health issues, but let me make this clear, right? I mean, now anybody who says, oh man, he has some health issues, his on stage presence with 45 seconds to answer a question in a suit and tie, it wasn't that great. I mean, I'm not gonna totally disagree with that, obviously, right? Oh yeah, he has some health issues. He didn't perform. He didn't, you know, put on his LeBron or Michael Jordan jersey and go out there. Now, but let's make this clear as well. It's not a 45-second. You know, oh my goodness, let me perform while you sitting down and you voting on what's right and wrong for the people, right?
You've got time to make your decisions and whatnot, for sure.
But
question for you on,
I'm not to cut you off, but what's the other choice? Like I said, this man has been helping. He didn't have to help. He went to prestigious school, right? He his family has money. He sponged off his family. Well, with that being said, if he sponged off his family and he has degrees from prestigious schools, he didn't have to help the people. Right or wrong, he didn't have to come to a community that was crushed by corporate capitalism, NAFTA, drugs, etc., and try to help the people, you know, and start, you know, just basically start co-ops and try to help people, you know, get on their feet and, you know, bring some type of unity. And for 5 years in a row, they talk about defund the police. For 5 years in a row, Braddock went from one of the most crime-ridden cities with the capitalism, you know, and NAFTA crushed, right? Getting in a whole long talk about that, but I'm not going to do that to you. Yeah. But the long and the short of it is, and he went there and he brought some type of peace and hope and, you know, started co-ops. If you start a co-op, let alone, I mean, that just says a lot about how you try to care about the people and get them on their feet. But for 5 years in a row, the violence was dang near nil, and that's a place that violence was almost every day. The drug trafficking was every day, like hardcore in that area. So what's that tell you right there? You have a snake oil salesman out here selling junk. Selling junk. Sorry about that, man. I'm so sorry. You want to edit? Yeah, selling junk, you know, to people, like, to get rich. I mean, where's the morals, let alone, I mean, the moral comparison, you can't even compare it, right? And then just economically, who's been selling out to people, like I said, for 40 years? Not even a question. You know what I mean? Not even a question. Who supports Wall Street over Main Street? Right. The scumbags on the right. I mean, and like I said, I'm not giving passes to Democrats. All right, I'll tell you this: 90% of Democrats are sellouts. Can I say that? 90% of Democrats are sellouts. But 110% of Republicans don't give a shit. Can I say that? Don't give a shit about you, me, or the working class. They don't give a shit about Main Street. All they care about is Wall Street. They support the military-industrial complex. They give tax breaks to rich. And anybody who thinks you're a patriot if you support the military-industrial complex is just ill-informed. Anybody who thinks, you know, supporting any type of fascism is just ill-informed. I mean, it's all about money. So with that being said, next question.
Well, yeah, and then I think we'll probably get started over here, it seems like. But does the issue of fracking, obviously in 2018, Fetterman was, against fracking. Right, He's flipped over. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that? That's a pretty good flip-flop.
That might be the toughest answer, the toughest question, the toughest, depend. I would say it definitely depend. First of all, it's going to definitely depend where you're at. I'm not cool with fracking. I'm not cool with fracking at all, obviously. But I mean, are you going to frack on lands that going into people's homes? I mean, it's definitely a hard take. I didn't like that. You know, the fact that he kind of flip-flopped on that one at all. No, but I can't. I mean, I'd be a liar if I said that. I mean, fracking is horrible, right? I mean, I know people that it affects their water, it affects their so creeks, whatever. So,
But given your options, that's that's what. Yeah.
Giving you options. I mean, if that's the one you're gonna flip flop on compared to everything, that's the. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want you flip flop on anything, but flip flopping on one compared to 20, or just being a sellout and taking your Social Security and blah 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 blah. Yeah, shit.
Awesome.
But
well, I think we're gonna start to. There you go. Yes.
All day, every day.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, yeah.
I love your show. Like I said, the only one I might watch more is or as much Sam Cedar. I don't know. You don't know Sam Cedar?
I don't watch Sam Cedar, but that's okay. Have a good one. There you go. Alrighty, so we're gonna try to transition over here to what's going on over here. So do you want to start walking up there, I guess, and then I can talk to people while we're moving. Yep.
We're getting some static.
We're getting some static. Okay.
Let them know I'm gonna work on the audio.
We're going to work on the audio for you. Bear with us while we get set up so that you guys can hear some of the speakers. Do you mind if we get this tripod up here? Yeah. Awesome. We're going to work on the audio here, and you guys should be able to hear better soon. If you're still watching the live stream, definitely smash the like button. Smash the like button so we can get this out to more folks. We're going to continue going here and bringing you the speakers that are popping up on stage right now. Bernie Sanders will be on after a couple of them. Give us a second here while we get that up there. And again, we're going to work on the audio issue that we are having, but there's an audio issue happening here, and I think that might be what it is. Again, if you're watching this, we're going to try to cut to the speaker here. Definitely like the video. Consider becoming a member. StatusCoup.com/join. Okay.
So when you're injured or in crisis, there will be someone to care for you. Vote for leaders and healthcare champions who will demand accountability from the healthcare industry. Vote for champions who will tackle the gross racial disparities within our healthcare system. Vote for leaders up and down the ballot who will protect patients from the greed of our profit-driven corporate healthcare industry. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Vote for your human right to be healthy and to receive quality healthcare when you need it. When we vote, we use our power. It is our voice. What are you gonna do? Get 3 of your friends and family to do so too. Vote like your life depended on it, and those of you love, because I can tell you, it does. What are we gonna do? Thank you very much.
Please welcome One Hood Social Justice Coordinator, Manny.
It's a long way to this podium. When I say people, you say power. People. Power. People. Power. When I say people, you say power. People. Power. People. Power. Y'all sound good. I can't take credit for that chant. I'm summoning my brother Jasiri. He couldn't be here today, so you got me. My name is Manny. My name is Manny. I'm the Social Justice Coordinator for One Hood Power, and I'm a native Pittsburgher from Homewood. I often brag to out-of-towners and transplants that Pittsburgh made the steel that built America. And I'm proud to live in that legacy as a laborer and as a worker.
You said it sounding good.
I've been a worker all my life. I started my masonry career at 16, and that's something that I still do. But in the light of the social injustices that we've been facing, especially in 2020 with the uprising as a result of George Floyd's murder, I've been working on behalf of the neglected, the disrespected, and the disregarded victims of the so-called criminal justice system. That's why I'm honored to be here today. I'm honored to be here in support of candidates like Summer Lee. Summer Lee stands with the workers of Pennsylvania, and I was there personally at that Starbucks in Bloomfield, singing labor songs with the labor choir when Summer Lee came and spoke in solidarity with workers seeking to unionize. She stands with poor black and brown folks in Pennsylvania who disproportionately find themselves on the negative side of law enforcement. We need people in Washington who come from where we come from, people who recognize the injustices of our punitive legal system, people who oppose mandatory minimums, people who are committed to ending the school-to-prison pipeline, people who are committed to eliminating cash bail. What I hold in my hand is paperwork that represents 50 people that I personally posted bail for. People who had their freedoms taken away and their lives put in jeopardy in that death pit that is the Allegheny County Jail, simply because they couldn't afford to pay their ransom. That's what bail really is, it's a ransom. You know what I mean? We need people in Washington who recognize the role that cash bail plays in the larger scheme of mass incarceration and who are willing to take a stand against it. Yeah. We need people like Summer Lee, a leader, an activist, a worker, a black woman who I believe will faithfully represent us in Washington. As I close, I want to speak to people who may be demoralized with electoral politics, people who are like me. As I look into the crowd, I gotta be honest, I don't see a lot of my peers here. That's no slight to y'all. I give y'all props. But people who are like me, who come from where I come from, they have no faith in politics whatsoever. So I want to speak to them when I say that people like Summer Lee are different. They're not the run-of-the-mill politicians. They're one of us. She's one of us. And I believe wholeheartedly that she'll represent us well in Washington. There's power in our voices. And this Tuesday, make your voice heard. When I say people, you say power. People. Power. People. Power. Thank you.
Please welcome Move On Campaign Director Jensine Gomez.
Hello, Pittsburgh, make some noise! I'm so excited to be here today, and I'm so inspired by what happens when we build collective power to co-create a world where we can all thrive. Y'all, we made history together in the last 2 elections, and we are just getting started. Pittsburgh, are you ready to keep building progressive power? Are you ready to win? Woo! So am I, because we all know what we're up against. We're up against the dangerous MAGA Republican Party that hijacked the Supreme Court and packed it with judges who overturned Roe v. Wade. Up against the MAGA Republican Party that has introduced and passed anti-LGBTQ plus legislation like the Don't Say Gay bill in my home state of Florida. Up against the MAGA Republican Party that is actively erasing and whitewashing history. And they know exactly what they're doing. Their latest all-out attacks, from banning abortion, to banning trans athletes from playing sports, to bans on life-saving gender-affirming care, are all about taking away our bodily autonomy. And this MAGA Republican Party is hell-bent on continuing to take our rights and freedoms that so many have fought and died for away. But not on our watch. We all have to be in this together, in solidarity with Black people, Indigenous people, brown people, immigrants, people with disabilities, trans and non-binary people, poor people, and young people who have historically been marginalized and faced with structural barriers even when abortion was legal. So we have to stick together as we continue to fight for bodily autonomy and universal health care for all. election, we're showing up for our bodily autonomy, for LGBTQ plus youth, for undocumented immigrants, for our neighbors in states that have banned abortion, for more student loan cancellation, for our planet and for each other. Look, I'm a young queer Latina, a daughter of immigrants, and an organizer who started organizing in 2016. And little did I know the 4 years that would follow would be exhausting and terrifying. But when a multiracial, multi-generational coalition of voters came together to elect a Democratic majority in the 2020 election, I felt hope for the future. Because I know we can co-create a world where everyone has a permanent roof over their heads, food in their fridge, access to clean drinking water, access to free quality health care, where everyone gets paid a living wage, gets to live free from white supremacy, and so much more. And friends, creating a world where everyone can thrive is possible when we come together and dream. So let's keep dreaming, let's keep organizing, let's keep fighting, let's keep voting, and let's win this election. Thank you, everybody.
Pittsburgh, please welcome Move On Campaign Director Mia Senecal.
Hi, Pittsburgh. Wonderful to be here. My name's Mia Senecal, and I'm a campaign director at Move On. My first time voting was in 2016, and the choice back then to vote against an extremist, dangerous MAGA rhetoric was clear. Now here we are, 6 years later, with not just one MAGA Republican on the ballot, we're now confronted by an alarming new wave of radicalized Republicans on the ballot this year. We've already seen the effect that their extremism has had on our communities and our democracy. But I have hope. We're all here today for one reason. We want to win on November 8th. We want Democrats to be elected up and down on the ballot in Pennsylvania and across the country. Why? Because our rights are under attack. Our freedoms are under attack. And we have one chance to defeat MAGA Republicans this November. You all know that Republicans have failed us time and time again. It's no secret that they want to continue to strip away our rights. It's no secret that they deny the impacts of the climate crisis, that they want to ban abortion, that they don't want us to say gay and live freely. So much is on the line. But remember, Democrats are fighting for us by canceling our student loans, lowering the cost of healthcare and prescription drugs, combating climate change and investing in clean energy, and by making billion-dollar corporations finally pay their fair share in taxes. That's why we must vote to help Democrats stay in control of the House and the Senate. We gotta protect and build upon this progress by coming together once again to vote Republicans out. We have a chance to fight back and fight for our future now, and we're going to do that by heading to the polls. But it's going to take more than us just here in Shenley Plaza. It's going to take all of us, our friends, our families, and our communities. Are you ready to win this November? At Move On, our members are working hard every day to win this election. We're calling voters, reminding our loved ones to head to the polls and spreading the word. Will you join us? Great, here's how you can take action. Sign up to get involved now, take out your phones, I'm watching, take out your phones, and text Pittsburgh to 668-366. Text Pittsburgh to 668-366. I'm doing it right now with you. Okay, I see you all texting, great. You're going to receive a reply back with 3 options on how you can get involved. Each of us who can vote can only vote once, but we can triple our impact by encouraging 3 people we know to vote. It might sound too simple to work, but it's scientifically proven because people trust people they know. It's as easy as texting your group chat. As a young person, there are times where I fear for our future, our rights, our planet, knowing that there are people in power that don't have our best interests in mind. But when we come together, I know we can elect progressive champions who will fight alongside us. I know that together we can save our planet, protect our rights, and build a country for all. So let's head to the polls and vote, fight, and win. Thanks, everyone.
Please welcome Next Gen America VP of Communications, Antonio Ariano.
How's it going, Pittsburgh? You know, I heard there's a young progressive movement brewing in the Steel City. Is that right? Well, I hope you're ready because my good friend and our special guest, Bernie Sanders, is in the building. You know, speaking before all of you today is really such an honor. My name is Antonio Arellano, and I am undocumented and unafraid. I am part of a generation of fearless immigrants who refuse to hide or be paralyzed by the intimidation and fear-mongering tactics of the far right. It's not gonna happen. I was born in Guanajuato, Mexico, and my family's originally from a rural town called La Cinta in Michoacan, population 197. There's probably more people here than back home. But back home, my community has been neglected, ignored, overlooked, and that, compounded with the lack of health care and economic opportunity, drove my family to come to America in search of hope. When I arrived in the States at just 3 years old, I quickly fell in love with the station. But I realized that that promise of justice for all and equality for all did not apply to my people. So my immigrant upbringing exposed me to the discrimination and racism communities of color have had to endure for far too long. These injustices sparked my lifelong passion to win the immigrant community the respect and the representation we deserve. In recent years, we've all witnessed how hateful rhetoric targeting immigrants can quickly turn violent. Extremist Republicans are doing everything that they can to take control because they are afraid of our collective progressive power. A powerful, multiracial, multilingual, multi-generational movement that refuses to leave anyone behind. That's who we are. Together, undocumented immigrants and our citizen allies, we're going to create change on Tuesday. For over a decade, I've been working with Black and brown communities building grassroots power, and I'm here to tell you that there are hundreds of thousands of undocumented immigrants like myself, DACA recipients who are connecting and engaging with our citizen allies who can vote to rise up in this moment and meet it with action. You see, I think it's about damn time Republicans come to terms with the fact that there is 11 million undocumented immigrants in America yearning to breathe free. For far too long, immigrants have been treated like a political piñata by the Republican Party, and I am here to say enough. I've got a radical proposition for our folks on the far right. How about we fix our broken immigration system for once and for all and provide a pathway to citizenship for all of our undocumented neighbors? How about we embrace diversity and stop shrinking away from the opportunity to enrich our society with the cultural contributions that migrant communities have to offer? And how about we fix our border policy and stop dehumanizing families? You know, on Tuesday, I think we need to make it clear to the Republican extremists that we're not going back to their anti-immigrant agenda of family separation, of discrimination, of harassment, abuse, and mass deportations. It's not going to happen. This election is personal for people like me who are currently temporarily protected under DACA. And it's important to remember that DACA was won as a result of fearless and tireless organizing by undocumented youth. But DACA was just a band-aid. We need a permanent solution, legislation that will provide a permanent protection to DACA beneficiaries. But Republicans are blocking that legislation in Congress, and now the Trumpified courts are determined to end DACA in the coming months. I just want you to know that I apologize to nobody for my immigrant background, and Republicans may try to pin the world against me, but I will never reject my culture, my heritage, or my people. You see, now is the time for bold, progressive leadership, which is why I am organizing and mobilizing across the country with Next Gen America to activate young progressive voters who are eligible to vote to go out and vote. We need action because the future has arrived. If we refuse to wait any longer to be recognized and respected, I believe we can build a nation with no discrimination. I believe we can deliver for the essential workers who kept this country running during a global pandemic. And I believe that we will win. 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 Thank you, Pittsburgh.
Please welcome to the stage climate justice organizer Anais Peterson.
Hi everybody. I'll have to say I know you're all here to see Bernie, not to see me. So I promise he's coming soon. Like, please hang on. But thanks y'all so much for coming out today. It's so wonderful to be here with Jens. My name is Anais. I use no pronouns. I live in Wilkinsburg, and I've been organizing for climate justice here in southwestern Pennsylvania for 7 years. Thanks to my fans in the crowd. Thanks for coming out. I organized for climate justice in southwestern PA because I know our communities deserve so much better. To me, climate justice means I don't have to worry about putting a lead filter on my sink or worry about radioactive fracking waste leaking into my drinking water source. It means we have diverse, non-extractive economies where jobs don't make us sick and massive healthcare nonprofits aren't getting rich from corporations poisoning us. It means we don't have to be afraid of just touching the Ohio River because it's full of pollution and sewage. Yeah, it's gross out there. And climate justice means here we all have access to affordable housing and fresh food in what is supposedly the most livable city in America. Climate justice means that we can all thrive here. Are y'all ready for that future? Yeah, me too. And I know people across Pennsylvania are ready to make that a reality, but it's the fossil fuel funded elected officials that are in our way. I'm organizing for climate justice because I have woken up to the smell of pollution inside my house almost every day for the past month. And I know it's only about to get worse as Shell starts up one of the largest plastic plants in the country, just upwind of Pittsburgh in Beaver County. And I should not have to constantly be thinking about leaving my home to protect my mental health and physical well-being. I'm a climate justice organizer because despite what the rankings say, Pittsburgh is unlivable and it does not have to be this way. And I'm not gonna lie to y'all, it's getting harder and harder to hype up voting nowadays. I'm sure y'all feel it as people who have been out knocking doors and making phone calls. Everyone feels like the government is made up of rich people who will always fight for the best interests of corporations, but never for us. So when we have the chance to elect people who look like our communities, who have been at the marches and the rallies and have shown up for us, who've shown they have our backs, we need to show up for them. And since we live in a purple state during election season, everyone is talking about how important it is to vote in Pennsylvania. People who are totally fine with calling Heinz Field Acrisure Stadium suddenly experts on what Pennsylvanians want and what we believe in. But I want to remind y'all of something. This summer, we won a fracking ban underneath our county parks. And that's in the heart of the Marcellus Shale. We've elected pro-clean air and water anti-fracking candidates here, and we will do it again this Tuesday. As Pennsylvanians, we decide who's a viable candidate, and we do not have to settle. We don't owe our support to candidates or to parties. They have to earn our vote. We can and should be demanding climate leadership from candidates and our elected officials. This is our opportunity to send people to DC and to Harrisburg who will fight for us, not the fossil fuel companies. Yeah, it's exciting. And we saw a big victory for the climate movement in Congress recently when we stopped Joe Manchin's dirty deal, which would have completely gutted our bedrock environmental permitting laws. That victory wouldn't have happened without climate leaders in Congress, but what really made that victory possible was people power. We had people from across the United States organizing together, and it was the power of people in Appalachia who have been working for decades to build the power we need to take on fossil fuel corporations and their politicians. We know that Manchin is going to keep trying, but the good news is we've killed this bill before, and we can do it again. So if you're not totally really sold on voting, if you're not really sure it's going to do anything, if you just need one reason to go to the polls this Tuesday, here's your reason. We need to elect as many climate champions as possible to Congress to make sure that we block this dirty deal again and again, and every single time Joe Manchin thinks that he has enough support to introduce it. And we need to make sure that those champions know that we will hold them accountable for the votes in Congress. So, if you haven't heard, Election Day is November 8th, this Tuesday. And if you're able to go out and vote, you absolutely should. But fighting for our communities and fighting for justice does not just mean going to your polling place once every November. Voting is just one important tool in our toolbox, and the work will continue every single day after Election Day, no matter the results. So I look forward to seeing you all at the polling place on Tuesday, and at the next rally, and on the next Zoom organizing call, and giving testimony at the next public hearing, and most importantly, at the next party celebrating our climate victories. Thank you so much.
Please welcome the President and Executive Director of Next Gen America, Christina Sensoon Ramirez.
How's everyone doing? Are we excited to hear from Bernie Sanders? Well, my name is Christina Sensoon Ramirez, and as said, I'm the President of Next Gen America, the country's largest youth vote organization that last election helped mobilize 1 in 9 young voters across the country, leading to the largest youth voter turnout in American history. And we know the transformative power that young voters can have as the largest, the most progressive, and the most diverse generational voting bloc in our country. And we also know that despite what MAGA Republicans may say, what's best about our country, this country, is our diversity. And I know this too because I live this. My mom is the oldest of 9 kids from a poor farm-working family in southern Mexico. And my dad's a white American hippie that met her while he was living on a commune there. And as a kid growing up, my white grandpa even used to say that my siblings and I were purebred Irish Mexican Americans. And as a kid growing up, I knew there was nothing purebred about my background. But I got to see and learn something that a lot of other people don't. That it doesn't matter where you come from, the color of your skin, who you love, or how you pray. That at the end of the day, we all just want the same things. That we all just want to be safe, to be healthy, to be respected for who we are, to go to great schools and have good jobs, and then time off from those jobs to be with those that we love and do what we love. And when Bernie Sanders ran for president in 2016, he taught our entire country that wanting those basic things wasn't asking for too much. That in fact, those basic things were something that every single person and family in the richest country in the world can and should have. But it seems like a lot of Republicans running in this country only seem to believe in the power of the ultra-wealthy and the well-connected. But we believe in the power of us. And we know it's not asking too much to not only judge our economy by how well big corporations are doing, but to judge our economy by how well ordinary people are doing. And we know it isn't asking too much that every single American be able to go to the doctor when they are sick and have the highest quality health care when they need it. And we know it isn't asking too much to leave it up to women instead of politicians to decide when we are ready to make a family. And we know it isn't asking too much to transition our economy off of dirty fossil fuels that are literally killing us and build an economy of clean energy that will create millions of good jobs and leave a healthy planet for every single future generation. And that's why young people are turning out and voting in record numbers, because we know our country is at a fork in the road. One that veers towards fascism and authoritarian rule, or one where the people rule. And that's why at NextGen, we don't put our hope in any single one politician or party. We put our hope in y'all, America's young people, because every time our country has made a great leap forward, It took the courage, the imagination, and the impatience of young people to make it so. So yes, we turned out in record numbers to send old Donald Trump packing in 2020, but we didn't just turn out for that. Yeah, let's cheer for sending him packing. And especially a cheer for Pennsylvania that made it happen for the rest of the country. But we're not just turning out to fight against fascism, we're turning out to fight for something, for a vision of our country that is more fair, more just, more inclusive, and for a government that will truly represent all of us. And we know that record-breaking youth voter turnout, yes, it was able to do the amazing things in 2020, but record-breaking youth voter turnout also gets you historic gun safety legislation when politicians said it couldn't be done. It also gets you student debt cancellation. It also gets you the largest investment by any single country on the entire planet to tackle the climate crisis. And it gets you long overdue reform on marijuana. And I'm pretty sure we're going to keep voting till we legalize it everywhere in this country. That's the power of the youth vote. And I know that I'm not done with the agenda that I want to see for our country, and that we're just getting started. We're not finished, are we yet, y'all? And that's why all of us are going to go vote and get every single person we know and love to vote this election. Because some people are trying to make it harder for us to vote in state after state because they know how damn powerful our vote is. Now, I live in Texas, where we make it the hardest place. You know, some people boo for Texas, but I cheer for Texas for the future that we're going to build there, because if you change Texas, you change the entire country. And our state is ranked as one of the hardest places to vote in the entire country. So last legislative session, when our officials that look nothing like our state wanted to propose more bills to make it harder to vote, we wanted to remind the young people of our state and those legislators just how powerful young people are in Texas. Because while some of you may envision my state as people like my white grandpa, who always wore a nice cowboy hat and cowboy boots, there's a lot of great white cowboys in Texas. But our state is actually majority young, brown, and black. That's who Texas is. And when Beto O'Rourke ran against Ted Cruz, he lost by about 220,000 votes. He took 71% of the youth vote in our state. And do you know how many young people of color turn 18 every year in Texas? 270,000. So while they were debating that bill, we snuck in 30 young organizers and activists filled with backpacks with 270,000 different colored rose petals. And we climbed up to the Texas Rotunda and all took position, because of course we hadn't asked permission to be there. And we waited for the signal of when we were going to toss all of these roses to just show how many of us there were. And the signal was a 19-year-old singer in a pink power suit with roses all in her hair. And she went and stood in the middle of the Texas Rotunda on the Texas Star. And then she looked up at us and started to sing as loudly and as powerfully as she could, Amazing Grace. And I cried when I was there, because then we let all the roses flow down. And we could see how many of us there were, that power that they were trying to stop. And we felt in that moment that history of those that came before us and died for our right to vote, and those that would come after us. And that day we sent a message to millions of young people across our state and to all of those politicians that we had the numbers and the power to win, and ultimately we would. And that along the way we would fight every step we could. We would fight their darkness with our light, their ugliness with our beauty, and that if you try and cut a rose bush down, it'll grow back. So let's send a message to every single one of these phony politicians that are trying to take our country backwards, that if they want to cling to the past, they can have it. But the future, that belongs to all of us. So now it's my pleasure to introduce the most popular elected official with young people across the country, a man that built a movement of millions of people that once again believed in democracy. Help me welcome to the stage a man that I truly admire, inspired me, and raise your hand if he inspired you. Welcome, Senator Bernie Sanders.
point gets to us or something. I want to thank NextGen and Move On for helping to organize this event. Thank Christina for the introduction. And what those organizations understand is that if young people come out to vote in decent numbers, we're going to transform this country. In the last 2 elections, we saw a huge uptick in young people's votes. That's why Biden is in the White House, why Democrats control the House and the Senate. And now, more than at any other time in modern history, we have got to come out in huge numbers to tell right-wing extremists that this country belongs to all of us, not just the few. Tell you what this campaign is about, why we need John Fetterman in the Senate, why we need Summer Lee in the House. Number of months ago, the Supreme Court, in an incredibly stupid and ugly decision, said that women in America are not smart enough to control their own bodies. We disagree. And I want to say, in my view, the right of women to control their own bodies is not just a women's issue. Men stand behind the women. This campaign is about whether or not your generation will have a planet that is healthy and habitable in which to raise your kids and your grandchildren. We have got to have the guts to take on the greed of the fossil fuel industry and create a planet that works for all of us and not just corporate greed. And this campaign, and I never thought as a U.S. Senator I would have to say this, this campaign is also about whether or not we retain our democracy. Now, in a democracy, people disagree. That's what a democracy is about. But we cannot have former presidents like Trump lying day after day, denying the fact that he lost the election. We can't have Republicans deciding whether or not they will accept the election results. So I say to those right-wing Republicans, have the guts to respect the men and women who died defending American democracy. When you lose the election, and when you lose the election, and you will, have the courage to concede with decency and dignity. This election is about whether we continue a corrupt political system that allows billionaires to buy elections. We need to overturn Citizens United and move to public funding of elections. And this election is about our economy. You got Republicans out there right now who want to give massive tax breaks to billionaires and then cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Well, John Fetterman, Summer Lee disagree. We think that billionaires should start paying their fair share of taxes. We think we should expand Social Security, not cut it. We think we should raise the minimum wage to a living wage. We think we should make it easier for workers to join unions, not harder. We think we should join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right. We think we should have the courage to take on the greed of the pharmaceutical industry and lower prescription drug costs in this country. Now, right now, we also believe that in this country, we are right now in the midst of a very competitive global economy. And if we are going to succeed as a nation globally, we need to have the best educated workforce on earth. This is the richest country on earth. We should not be forcing working families to pay $15,000 on average for childcare. Instead of giving tax breaks to billionaires, we should invest in public education, make sure we have the best schools in the world. We should end the absurdity of hundreds of thousands of bright young people not being able to afford a higher education or leave school deeply in debt. And that is why we should make public colleges and universities tuition-free. Some people out there say, well, Bernie, that's a radical idea. And I want to say in response two things. Go to countries like Germany. Go to countries like Scandinavia. You know how much it costs to get a higher education? Go to medical school, law school in those countries. Zero! Because they are smart enough to understand we want to tap the intellectual capabilities of your generation. And we don't want to say to working class kids, low income kids, you can't afford to go to college. Second of all, 50 years ago in America, public colleges and universities were tuition free. Whoa! Consequential midterm election in history. Let's go out. Let's win it. Thank you.
Guys, bear with us for 1 second. We are not going to be able to do more interviews from here, but what I am going to do is I'll do a little recap. We'll read some super chats. Give us 1 second, and we will we'll be right with you here. Obviously, it started raining real hard. We were hoping to get a couple more interviews in, but we are going to chat for a little bit. Colin, I'm not going to text you, but I know you're listening, so yeah, I'll talk for a couple more minutes. And then we will transition over to the live stream. Guys, definitely don't go anywhere because we're going to be transitioning to a live stream in the studio. We're going to have Jordan. I believe we're going to have some special guests coming on at some point as well. We'll have Ron Placone. We'll have Tina Desiree Berg and all those familiar faces. I believe potentially Steve Grumbine as well, Kim Brown. So definitely stay tuned. They're going to be talking about all of this. I do not think there's anyone else talking. Yep, yeah. But let's see here. We're going to move the camera back in a second, and we're going to go through and read some super chats. Let's see. Yep, okay, perfect. Jordan was telling me to remind, let's see, so bear with me for 1 second, guys. I'm going to be able to read Super Chats in a minute, but my hands are full. I think I can do it. Alrighty. So, again, for those of you guys who are watching, this sort of reporting is definitely expensive to do. Definitely consider supporting us. If you want to make a one-time donation, go to statuscoup.com/donate, and you can make a one-time donation. Otherwise, you can also support us by becoming a member for as low as $5 a month. That is going to be at statuscoup.com/join. Can I trade the umbrella back for you in a second here? Alrighty, and I'll go through and read a couple of these super chats as well, and then I'm going to do a quick wrap up on my end before we toss it to Jordan in the studio. There we go. Let's see here. So, am I on this microphone now or that one?
This one.
Okay, cool. So we'll hold it for fun. Why not? Double K was hooking us up yesterday too, $19.99, and then another one from Double K for $19.99. People today much more informed, which is putting it nicely. Yeah, we definitely had some great conversations with folks at the beginning of this live stream. If you didn't see it, stay tuned for Jordan and those guys, but scroll back later and watch some of those interviews. We talked to a couple of voters who, one guy we talked to for about 30 minutes. Two of them had heard of Status Coup. They actually watched Status Coup, which is pretty awesome. We've got another super chat. Wow, $49.99 from Denise Hartle. She says, thank you, Status Coup. Thank you, Denise, for leaving us the super chat. And guys, if you're still watching and you want to leave a super chat, Jordan, Tina, Ron, all those guys will be reading them later. So don't worry, we'll still get to some of your super chats. We've got another one from Bent Animal. $1.99. PA Dems are for fracking. Electorism is a joke. Fracking is definitely an issue here that is going to be it's going to come up more than it will in other states given the amount of fracking that happens here. A lot of the voters that we talked to earlier were, that was an issue with Fetterman that they were upset about, but overall they're deciding to support Fetterman over Oz because of all of the issues put together. A couple other things we were talking to people about, both during the live stream as well as during some interviews we did for Breaking Points that will be coming onto their channel at some point this week, so you can keep an eye out for those. Other concerns with Fetterman ranging from fracking, and we asked folks about if his health was a concern. Most people here say at one point it was, but that overall they're not concerned about it because they know where he's going to vote on some of these major issues that are going on. Guys, again, we're going to be going live throughout the next couple days, right up until election night on Tuesday, from more events with John Fetterman. Last night, if you didn't see it, we were at the Trump rally speaking with voters there. Dr. Oz and Mastriano were present at that one. We're going to be covering more on Monday and Tuesday, but these sorts of things change very quickly. So definitely you want to make sure you're on our text list so that you get notified when we go live. Or you can, I'm assuming you're subscribed if you're watching. If you're not, press the subscribe button, click the bell for notifications, and join our text list. You can do that by going to statuscoup.com/text, and you'll get a text message as soon as we go live. Again, we're going to be doing stuff over the next couple days here and bringing you more on-the-ground reporting. And, of course, now it's looking pretty nice out, but we'll see. That changed pretty quick. I think that's going to be it for us from here. Again, me and John are here on the ground in Pittsburgh. We might be making our way over to Philly later. We're going to kind of look at all the events that are coming up. Again, this sort of reporting is it's expensive to do, so definitely consider supporting us if you can. And Colin, with that, I think you can transition over to Jordan in the studio, and we can go from there. I believe they're all set, so we're gonna again stay tuned right here, and momentarily we should be connecting over to the studio where you'll be met with Jordan, Ron Placone, and Tina. I'll keep blabbering just in case, but Colin, feel free to cut me off at any time and cut to Jordan, and we'll go from there. We're confirming right now. Again, thank you guys so much for watching.
He's blabbering.
Wow, this works.
Okay, I should keep going. Is that
this
okay?
works? Tina, let me tell you something.
Again, thank you guys.
And hello, everybody. Ron
Placone.
Ron will be joining us
good.
after his show. He's doing his own
you.
show now, I think. Steve Grumbine was going to join us, but unfortunately he's got the flu, so family's sick. Kid Brown was going to join us, but something came up. So you'll have to deal with Tina and I for a bit.
All right.
And then Ron will come in for some comedic relief.
I feel confident in the amount of interviews we got for Breaking
I just
Points
want people to know the behind the scenes.
Right? I don't think we need more.
Because there's a lot that goes in behind the scenes when you're on the road. Normally,
good thing we grabbed that.
That was
deal with
this, just like producers.
It was one of those things we were grabbing. I was like, we're gonna grab it. And it's not gonna rain, but if we don't grab it, it will rain.
But it's basically tech. It's basically Colin and I. And poor Colin, I'm sending him 25 texts asking him to do 25 things at once. His wife's sick, so he's got to get her medicine.
Wow.
It's
Everybody's getting sick.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And by the way, not that my brother is watching, but I might have a niece by the end of today. His wife is in labor.
Oh, wow.
So my brother's
Congratulations.
Yes. So that's very exciting. We'll give you updates as I get them. So yesterday we were at the, I guess you can call it a rally. I would call it more of a cult gathering, the MAGA rally. And we, meaning Lewis is on the ground there, Louis DeAngelis. We got denied credentials because Trump, more and more, they're not really approving right-wing channels to,
Oh, yeah. They're also denying mainstream media credentials.
Right.
So it's not just people that aren't giving them what they would consider favorable media.
Right. So they denied us credentials. So I said to them, yeah, just go. There'll be people out there for hours before, and you could just interview people. So with these Trump rallies, I mean, you kind of get the vibe. Maybe not Trump rallies, but Proud Boys things you've been to. If you ruffle any one of their feathers, which is not hard to do.
It's very easy to do.
Then it's like you're marked, and either nobody else wants to talk to you or security will kick you out. So, I think Lewis, and the whole stream is up. It's almost got 10,000 views. So that's exciting.
I think Lewis did a great job, honestly.
Yeah. So I thought he was, fairly friendly and didn't go as hard.
I think he was more than charitable.
Yeah, I probably would have got punched because I had some fun. I was watching and I'm like, God damn it, I would, yeah. But no, he did great. But yeah, so eventually security kicked us out of there. The connection was kind of breaking up because with live view, if you're not in if you're around a ton of people, it'll have connection issues, whatever. So we go live from there. That went well. And then we're trying today, logistically, you're trying to figure out, well, what are we going to do for the rest of the days? Because you're at the mercy of the campaigns, and when are they going to send out information about where and when they're going to be? So Lewis and John in Pittsburgh are asking me, well, should we check out of the hotel in Pittsburgh? Should we book another night? I'm like, I don't know, because Fetterman's campaign hasn't put out where they're going to be tomorrow. So I've been on the road when this happens, and you're like, okay, I'll check out.
Just hanging out.
Then add into this, it's daylight savings time, so we lost an hour.
Yeah,
so
that was very confusing this morning. I was like,
yes.
What's happening?
So there's confusion about what time is things actually happening. So they're hustling out of their hotel to get to the Bernie thing. Then when they got to the Bernie thing, the storm clouds are coming. We were trying this revolutionary thing for us to go from the live stream, them on the ground, seamlessly into us, which we've never done before, because I don't want to bore people, but YouTube only gives us 3 notifications a day, and it's a pain in the ass. So going from them on the ground straight to us, we wouldn't have to use 2 notifications. Long story short, there's a lot going on. We don't know, they don't know where they should go next. Should they start driving east in hopes that Fetterman will be further east? They're going to be covering Oz too. They'll be there on election night. I believe they'll be live on Breaking Point's election night thing. So that's great as part of our partnership. But Tina, I thought today we should do a little midterm mega stream. There's a lot to get to. We're not going to do the pundit thing and procrastinate. We're not going to go through every single state and who's going to win because I don't really know. We're going to kind of cover more big picture. What's that?
I have thoughts on that.
Okay. No, we can talk about that. We're going to cover more big picture kind of stuff. We're also going to react to some of the gems from the rally yesterday. You had one of my favorites was a transphobic old guy saying a hamburger is a hamburger.
A hamburger. What?
A hamburger is a hamburger. A steak is a steak. A man is a man. A woman is a woman. So we'll get into that.
One of these things is not like the other. I mean,
Right.
what a bizarre comparison.
You had the former Jill Stein voter now turned to Trump voter with the jail Fauci shirt. That was nice. You had kind of like three old dudes that reminded me of Archie Bunker, like drinking and screaming.
Yeah, they were carrying their beers.
Yeah. So there's a lot of comedic gold. There's a lot of comedic gold to get to. We have serious stuff like the Republicans seem to be already, just openly saying they're not going to accept the results of these elections.
Oh, they are definitely openly saying that. I sent you a clip. I hope we get to play it from Ali Alexander, who is
I have that.
Guy that started Stop the Steal. I think that's a clear as day message that is actually widely held.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we're going to get to all of it. And as a reminder, Ron will be joining us in a bit. Please smash that like button, share this live stream so we can get it out to more people. And also, it's not cheap. Obviously, we got to pay Lewis, John on the ground, hotels, rent a car, the live view costs. So if it's within your means, please donate. That's statuscoup.com/donate, statuscoup.com/donate. Super chats also help. I'll read those as we go. And membership is really the top thing we're looking for. And Tina, it's kind of like, before we get to anything, I'm just going to be honest with the audience. It's kind of mixed. I have mixed emotions because personally, being on the ground and covering these elections, like I know these elections are not going to change much. We can get into, well, if Republicans take over, it might change things for the worse.
I was just going to say that.
Right. But they're not, these elections are not going to structurally change anything for the better. So it's kind of like,
we're just holding back the dam at this point.
Right. So like, I do know when we're covering these things, there's not the excitement that there was in 2016, even 2018, when like the AOC and more of those progressive challengers came up. So like, I know when Lewis is on the ground, even when I've covered elections, I covered India Walton, for example, her mayoral election last year, or Nina Turner's elections. Two of them I covered. There's not the excitement there used to be. And I get that. I don't feel the same excitement because you really kind of know that I don't think your dog barking right now.
That's actually not my dog.
Oh, it's not? Okay. Somebody's dog barking doesn't feel the same excitement. But I think it's important to cover these things regardless, because whether or not structural change is going to come from these elections, and it's not, they're bad. A lot of worse things could happen. And to the people who say like, don't give me the lesser of two evils, this and that. Listen, I'm not going to tell you how to vote. You vote for whoever you want. But I am going to tell you facts that here are the things that are going to happen if the Republicans take over and you make up your mind. I'm not telling people to vote for Democrats. You can vote third party if you don't want to vote, but we are in a very
dark place in this country. I don't even know what to say anymore. On one side you have a party that is just barreling into American theocracy and fascism. I don't think that's an extreme position to hold. And then you have another party that is laissez-faire.
Yeah.
Their only selling point is they're not the other guy. We're in a very dark place.
I kind of want to start this because I think this kind of tees up everything else. I want to start not with the election. I want to start with what Joe Manchin said the other day.
Yeah, which is
because
disturbing.
I think what Joe Manchin said the other day, if we actually had a journalistic system in this country, this would be, scandalous. Actually, I think it would be scandalous if
it is scandalous.
I think it would be scandalous if like a politician in the United Kingdom had said this, or in some European countries. Here, because the media just doesn't care about corruption, they don't seem to think money in politics is a big problem. It's all horse race and conflict and all that stuff. Here, it's not going to get any coverage. But to me, what Joe Manchin said in this clip kind of folds into what Tina and I are talking about, that I don't want to say these elections don't matter at all, because they do. But in many ways, this is theater, because unless you change this corrupt system, not much is going to change. So let's play this clip from Joe Manchin, and you tell me, audience, is something wrong with what he said?
The investments you've made in politics from the Democrat side and the Republican side by asking nothing in return is a foolish investment, because you would never do that in your business world or your private life, but you do it in your political life.
Colin, my mistake. I should have teed that up better. Joe Manchin has a message to donors. So Joe Manchin in this video has a message to corporate CEOs and rich people and corporations that donate to politics.
Yeah, he's not talking to voters or constituents. Let's clarify that.
Let's play that one more time.
The investments you've made in politics from the Democrat side and the Republican side by asking nothing in return is a foolish investment, because you would never do that in your business world or your private life, but you do it in your political life.
Wow.
So that is as open, transparent, and brazen that we're all for sale here. That unlike what Marco Rubio said back in the day, that oh no, they're just buying into my agenda and my vision. He said
they're buying Congress people. I mean, it's really shocking actually to hear Manchin say that. I mean, the fact that we've reached a place in this country where he's not afraid of any repercussions for saying something so blatant is a little bit scary.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, that is unethical quid pro quo on every level.
But the point of that, and why I think it's very important in terms of these elections, and again, contrary to the people on Twitter who say, "Oh, Jordan says vote blue no matter who," I'm not telling you who to vote for. Vote for whoever you want. If you want to vote third party, if you want to write in your dog's name. Whatever you want.
Blue, no matter who's just a brain dead slogan. Let's get past that.
So, but I am going to tell you the facts. Number one, Democratic Party is going to be better on abortion. Clearly, they're going to be better on these issues when it comes to trans rights, LGBTQ rights. Voter suppression. A lot of these. Well, they will try to.
They will try to their primaries. Yeah.
Yes. So there are.
But we're Jordan. We're now at a place where it's like stop the steal is what you say if you don't like the outcome of an election. Let's just put this all into perspective. It's out of control. It's just insane.
And by the way, this mega stream, we're going to start with the midterms. Then we're going to get into the election denialism that they're already starting with. Then we're going to get into just the crazy section of the live stream, which is playing crazy clips. And then we're actually going to get into Elon Musk and Twitter, because I think that actually is connected to all this. And by the way, we're going to show it later. Tina is a star. She is a star now on Twitter.
No, I just think people really don't like Elon. I have over 120,000 likes on that thing now. That's insane.
Yeah, but what do you have, like 11,000 retweets or something?
I don't
know.
I should look. It's crazy. I've never.
Tina tweeted a viral tweet about Elon Musk, and apparently they haven't seen it yet because they're taking down other Mr. Free Speech Elon Musk.
14,200 retweets. That's crazy.
Wow. So they're taking down Mr. Free Speech Elon Musk. They're taking down anti-Elon tweets, but I digress. But I guess what I'm getting at, Tina, is what Manchin said there. That is the dark truth. That's why I have the flag behind me that I have. These elections, it can get worse under certain results.
Definitely get worse.
Economically, and Colin, if we could show that income inequality chart. I don't know if you have it in Restream. But economically, if the Democrats keep the House, if the Republicans keep the House, if the Democrats keep the Senate, it looks like Republicans are going to keep the House. Really, what's going to happen here is not much is going to change economically. The only thing that might change economically, the Republicans are going to pass tax cuts for the rich. If they don't have a veto-proof margin, Biden is not going to sign it. Republicans are going to pass if they have the House, if they have the Senate. I think they're going to just take the draconian hateful things that have been passed on the state level. Think the Don't Say Gay bill. Think banning gender affirming care. I think they're going to try and push those things in Congress. Biden,
race-based voter suppression, I think, is going to become more standardized.
I don't think they're going to have the numbers to override if Biden vetoes these things. So then really what you're going to have and I already could see the emails coming out for 2024, is you got to vote for Biden because he's that veto pen.
Yeah, have you seen the other guy? I mean, but they're going to have to start doing better, Jordan. All of this financial quagmire that we are in, the income inequality, the quid pro quo with corporate America, this is all feeding into what's going on with the GOP. This rise in American theocracy, the fascism, the rise in anti-Semitic hate speech, all of these things are connected.
Right. Absolutely. So it's a bad situation, and I think that really we do have. I mean, if you want to follow leftist YouTubers who pretend that white supremacy isn't exploding in this country, that ignore violent
I just have to
conspiracy
eye roll that
movements,
shit. That's ridiculous.
if you want to follow people like Jimmy Dore who push conspiracy theories and mock an 82-year-old guy, Pelosi's husband, getting beaten near an inch of his life by a MAGA guy with a hammer, and who kind of wink and a nod at conspiracy theories that it was some gay sex thing. You can follow whoever you want. But the point is, there is a rise in white supremacy. There is a rise in violent conspiracy movements, which Tina covers better than most people. There is a rise in election denialism, and there is a rise in just transparent and streamlining hate. Stuff that used to be just kind of like people felt it, but didn't feel it was okay. They weren't in the clear to express it out in public. That stuff is gone. That doesn't mean the Democratic Party is, rah Democrats. It just means people need to take into account all of these things.
No, I think they do. And there's a relationship. Like, Mike German, who we had on Right Wing Insanity Report last Thursday, made the point, and I thought this was a really valid and interesting point, that what isn't being discussed about January 6th is that wasn't just a coup or an insurrection. It was a white nationalist based insurrection. And he's right on that. Like, we all want to talk about how it's the Republican Party, it's the MAGA group, it's this, but at base, a big chunk of these people have professed, whether they're right-wing militia or not, they have professed white supremacy or white nationalist tendencies. I mean, he's right. That's not up for debate, but it's not an angle that's really being openly discussed.
Right. Absolutely. 1 second. I'm dealing with the Breaking Points producer while I'm live.
Yeah.
Hold
That's
on.
right.
Go ahead.
Well, the other thing I was going to add to that, you look at like guys like Nick Fuentes, who is getting a lot more attention now. And I do have mixed feelings on this, because a part of me, I worry that guys like this are getting talked about on any level, even if it's just to criticize them, because that does sort of give a backfeed loop into bringing more attention to the things they're saying, and the ability that messaging might reach more people. But he has this platform, Cozy TV. Look at who's on that platform. Just take a look. It's not just Nick Fuentes, who is a groiper, who is a neo-Nazi type. It's not just Baked Alaska, who's an open neo-Nazi. Guess who else is on this platform? Guys like Jackson Hinkle. So you tell me.
Yeah. So
and he openly shared. I should say this so people don't understand where I'm coming from. He openly promoted this platform as being anti-Semitic, racist, and pro other things of this nature. Like, he's not even hiding where he's coming from. So the fact you have these guys that are like, yeah, no, I'm a leftist still, it's just bullshit. It's like, why are you openly supporting a platform that is promoting themselves in this manner?
Yep. Tina, keep talking. I'm just going to fix the focus on my camera.
All right, live in the studio here, still fake. I'm hoping mine is working correctly. We just switched, everybody. We just switched to a new, which actually I think this might be better software than our old software. So we'll see. So having said that, my concern here again is that all of these things are conflating together into the same hot soup. And unless the Democratic Party does something about income inequality, and they don't seem poised to do this, it's just going to keep, feedbacking through and getting more extreme as we go. I think we're in a very untenuous position in the country. Jordan, are you still fixing your... Oh, you are, I can see. All right, so how does that tie into the oligarchy is the question, right? Because in many ways, the oligarchy that is in charge of our political system, because they bought and paid for not only congressmen, but politicians at all level of government, in many ways, those guys are benefiting from the civil unrest that's in the country as well. So that's another angle that we need to look at. billionaires have spent some insane amount of money for the first time. You know, each election cycle has been ratcheting up, but it's now hit like a crazy proportion. And these guys donate to both parties, mainly the Republicans, though, if you look at the data, because that's who's currently more receptive to the messaging. But they do buy, obviously, guys like Joe Manchin, even you know, people that we think are semi-progressive also take money from corporations. The method of raising money from individuals, a la the Bernie Sanders style, didn't really expand as much as I wish it would have post 2016.
Right.
So, you know, these people, whether we like it or not, these people need the money to run elections. I think also part and parcel to that is most people don't vote in primaries, which is really problematic. If you want to see better candidates in the general election, you need to go out and vote in the primary, because a lot of these guys don't have the money to be sending out the mailers, to be paying for the text messaging, to be doing rallies, et cetera. All of this is very financially intensive. So,
well, what I think is really important is people need to understand, and we're going to get more into like the midterms and what to look for and all that stuff. But people need to understand, and I've talked to Steve Grumbine about this before. He was supposed to be on today, but unfortunately, I think his whole family has the flu. It's not COVID.
It's not COVID. Okay, I was just going to say.
He tells me it's not COVID, but I told him he wanted to come on. I was like, I don't want you to push yourself if you're sick.
Yeah.
Good guy. So what's really important to realize is, as I was saying, Tina, we are going to have essentially this. Republicans, I think, are going to retake the House, toss up in the Senate. But let's say the Republicans take one or both. The good thing, I'm not a Biden guy, but the good thing is, objectively speaking, we will have a veto pen for some of these awful things. I don't think Biden is going to approve a tax cut for the rich. Even though I think he would want to, I don't think it would be good politically, optically. Because Republicans, we'll get to later, one of their first things is they want to extend the Trump tax cuts for the rich. But that is going to set up for 2024. And make no mistake, you know this, Tina, the media cycle right after the midterms, they're already going to start covering 2024, even if no one is announced.
And here, can I point something out too, Jordan, which is just already disconcerting for me? You know, we now see Trump getting already, he hasn't even announced yet that he's running already. He is taking over the election cycle on Twitter, and he's not even on Twitter.
Yeah.
There is this lure. There's this media lure to like keep talking about this guy, about stuff that sometimes isn't even important. It's like watching a car wreck or a train wreck, right? You're just like, you're rubbernecking at the whole thing. But I mean, it was lighting up Twitter last night that he had a new nickname for Ron DeSantis. And it's like, okay, who cares? Honestly, who cares? Can we more focus on the fact that DeSantis just put out a political ad that is basically saying that he is a demigod, that he was created on the 8th day by God to do God knows what? I mean, I think we should play this ad actually at some point. Is
that the Roger Stone one?
No, this is the DeSantis ad. If you haven't seen it, it's on the 8th day, God created me, is what he's saying, DeSantis, to, do the bidding of. And his wife tweeted it out 2 days ago with like.
Is that the one where she says, I love you, Ron?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Colin, if you have the bandwidth to try and find that.
So disturbing. I mean, you watch this and you're thinking to yourself.
1 second, I'll find it. Casey DeSantis, who, by the way, by all reports, Casey DeSantis is the one wearing the pants in that political operation. Apparently, no, seriously, apparently she is like the chief of staff, the senior advisor. Ron is very subservient. I just sent it to you, Colin. Ron is very subservient to her in terms of political strategy. We'll get to DeSantis in a bit because there's some other stuff with DeSantis that's very problematic. Whenever you have,
there's more problematic than not. Let's be honest. This is
whenever you have it, Colin, you could just play it, even if I'm talking. But what I was saying is essentially people need to realize that we're going to have already just a narrative that you got to vote for Democrats. You got to vote for Biden in 2024 because he's the only thing standing in between, critical race theory banning nationally and banning. They might try to ban just being transgender in this country. National abortion ban. That's going to be the Democratic. That's that's going to be the Democratic message. I mean, starting right after the midterms. This is not about whether you like Biden or not. This is about democracy and yada, yada. So
the worst part, Jordan, is that there's some truth to it. That's what's the worst part.
But what I was going to say for progressives, which most of our audience is, I think it's important to realize, don't check out electorally, but it's easy to fall into just being deflated when that's the national narrative.
That's the narrative, yeah.
So to progressives, I would say, look at the moment, look at what is viable for us.
And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a protector. So God made a fighter. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, kiss his family goodbye, travel thousands of miles for no other reason than to serve the people, to save their jobs, their livelihoods, their liberty, their happiness. So God made a fighter. God said, I need someone to be strong, advocate truth in the midst of hysteria, someone who challenges conventional wisdom and isn't afraid to defend what he knows to be right and just. So God made a fighter. God said, I need somebody who will take the arrows, stand firm in the wake of unrelenting attacks, look a mother in the eyes and tell her that her child will be in school. She can keep her job, go to church, eat dinner with friends, and hold the hand of an aging parent taking their breath for the last time. So God made a fighter. God said, I need a family man. A man who would laugh and then sigh, and then reply with smiling eyes when his daughter says she wants to spend her life doing what Dad does. So God made a fighter.
Wow. I mean, this is shocking. I mean, anybody that sees this ad should be just having their jaw on the floor, Jordan. This is absolutely batshit crazy.
First of all, before we get to the just really horrific nature of that ad, can we just get to the narrator's voice?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen like those apocalyptic movies where like the world is over and there's just like a small group of people that survive?
Oh, I need a fighter.
And you hear like over the megaphone coming from like some tower, like, run in these apocalyptic movies. That's that voice.
Like, I could almost see him in this Mad Max outfit. I mean, it's just batshit crazy. I can't believe that they put this ad out with a straight face and think it's great. It's shocking to me.
I think we could get to the strategy later, but I think Ron DeSantis is thinking maybe he could pull some of the evangelicals away from Trump, because the evangelicals apparently...
I mean, blasphemy is one way to do that.
Right. I mean, the evangelicals apparently, all their beliefs were temporarily paused for the serial wife cheater, tax evader, racist Trump. So I think that's part of like trying to connect Ron as a disciple of God or something with the evangelicals. But Colin, save that. I want to replay that when Ron comes on, and Ron will be joining us in about a half hour. But Tina, what I was saying was,
I mean, maybe we should follow that up with the Roger Stone one because it's.
Well, I want to save all this for when Ron comes because we got plenty. But what I was getting at is I want people to understand. Although the narrative nationally will be, let's just assume for argument's sake, Republicans have the Senate and the House. Although the narrative and the messaging and all the political emails and all the political rallies and the media will be, 2024 is not about Biden. It's about democracy. It's about Biden is the last thing standing in the way of theocracy, all these things. And whatever you think about that, for the progressives, I want you to understand there are still things that we can do outside of that. And that is continuing to get involved and supporting the actual momentum that is happening outside of elections.
Right. Unionization of things of that nature.
It's not sexy. It's not sexy. It's not being covered by the big lefty YouTubers. but there is a union movement in this country that's
100%.
growing. There is workers going on strike. There might actually be a railroad strike like around Thanksgiving. Contrary to Biden saved us from a railroad strike, he actually just made the unions kick the can down the road till after the midterms. You have tenants unions that are forming all over this country. Hey, you even have the strippers in LA are trying to unionize,
That's right.
which you've covered. So I don't want people, listen, you could feel it when you're on the ground. There's not the same energy that there was in 2016 for Bernie, that there was in 2018 for some of these progressive candidates. There's not as many volunteers out there. There's not as many people going to these rallies. We could discuss why we think people are so deflated. I think part of it is some YouTubers making them feel that way. But I don't want people to feel hopeless, because there are good things happening. And the oligarchy, we do live in an oligarchy. They want you to feel deflated. They want you to check out. Don't do that.
Absolutely, they do. They benefit from the civil unrest. They benefit from you not voting. They benefit from you just checking out of all forms of political discourse.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Cool. So let me get to some more stuff here. We already played Manchin, basically just saying we're all bought off and the donors should do a better job.
And you should be asking me for more, because why aren't you asking me for more? I mean, that's sort of how that felt to me. He's basically telling these CEOs, you've donated to these campaigns. Why aren't you asking these politicians for your quid pro quo? It's fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, it's what can you say other than at least, listen, in the case of Manchin, I'll give him credit. At least he's just being open about it, open about the corruption. But this is partially why, I've called out Biden from the beginning, and I've called out Bernie and the squad for not doing anything about this. Biden could have publicly tarred and feathered this bastard, Manchin. He could have used the full
and he
bully.
Should have. He should have.
Could have used the full bully pulpit of the presidency to go after Manchin. He could have rallied in West Virginia against Manchin. He could have pointed out to families, this man is the one thing is the one thing that's about to make your child tax credit expire. It's this man here, and he has no good reason for it. He didn't do any of those things because, frankly, I don't think he really believed in those things, and I don't think his donors wanted a child tax credit. I don't think his donors wanted paid sick leave and all those things. But what's really amazing about this is the voters actually believe that the Republicans are going to be better on the economy because
so cringe.
Because you have a Democratic Party and a president who basically only provided crumbs. I don't want to hear about the 50-50 Senate. We've already established Biden could have done more. He could have publicly went against Manchin and Sinema. He did none of those things. If your rebuttal to that is, well, did you want him to drive Manchin to the Republican Party and to switch to a
Yes, why not? Because that's what he might as well be at this point. He's useless. I mean, he's even more helpful than the milquetoast moderates that are in the party.
Right.
He
by
might
the way,
as well be handing a victory to the Republic. He's handing them a victory. So why doesn't he might as well join them? Why is he a Democrat? I don't see why. If your argument is like party politics, I don't see the argument for keeping him in the party at this point.
Right. And by the way, folks, I don't know what's going on with my camera. I'm on Ethernet, so I don't really know why I'm so fuzzy. Hopefully you can hear me fine.
A little bit fuzzy. Yeah. What's going on there?
I have no idea. We're using a different thing, Restream, so maybe that's part of it. I don't know. It might be my internet crapping out for some reason.
No, mine's a little fuzzy too. I think I'm a little fuzzy. Although on the software, both are really clear. So it's got to be.
So on Restream, we're very clear. We're using a different program, so maybe that has something to do with it. But
eventually, we'll find the best software.
Yes, as long as you can hear us, hopefully that's okay with you. So, Tina, I want to get into some of this midterm stuff here. Colin, if you can pull up the Washington Post story. This is a post-ABC poll. House vote nearly split. GOP has the edge on the economy and turnout, which, again, the fact that anyone and independent voters are going to decide these elections, the fact that
or non-voters even more so.
Right. The fact that people actually believe the Republican Party is going to do anything about inflation, is going to do anything about
it's crazy
wages or anything, just shows you how pathetic, incompetent, corrupt the Democratic Party is. Democratic Party should be wiping the floor with most Herschel Walker, Ron Johnson in Wisconsin. I think Fetterman would be up by a lot more if it wasn't for the stroke. You have, go race to race. Democratic Party, if they would have done the things that were on the table for them to do, for example, sorry, Colin, I asked you to pull this up, but now I'm going on a monologue. I'm not going to read that right now. Tina, let's just go down the list of what the Democratic Party could have done.
Okay.
Biden could have disregarded the parliamentarian. The parliamentarian is not an elected official. The parliamentarian is not a binding position.
No, it was the most ridiculous excuse ever, is what that was.
So Biden ran on a $15 minimum wage. Biden could have passed a $15 minimum wage by ramming it into the original COVID reconciliation deal. Right. He did not, saying the parliamentarian ruled against us. This is like, I don't know, a parent saying, no, you cannot have ice cream for dinner, and then saying, well, my child said no. My child said I can, so I couldn't do anything. It's like, you're the president. This is some bureaucrat. So that was all bullshit. And you want to know something? If the Democratic Party would have passed the $15 minimum wage, to be clear, it wouldn't immediately become $15. It would have been layered, staggered in the years. I have a feeling that in polls, people would be, Democrats would be polling higher in terms of who you feel is better on the economy. That's number one. Right. Public option he ran on. Totally abandoned it right out of the jump. And like I just said, can you imagine if he would have fought and succeeded in extending the child tax credit? I was on the road a few months ago doing an inflation reporting tour. Every single person I spoke with said that child tax credit was helping them. Now, is the child tax credit my preferred policy? No, I would want more of a UBI type situation. But it is something. Some families were getting thousands of dollars from that a month. Yeah. So the Democratic Party is responsible for why they're
letting
about to. But I want to, now I could show this to you. This post ABC poll, House vote nearly split. GOP has edge on the economy and turnout. Republicans hold significant advantages on the bread and butter issues of the economy and inflation that are central concerns of this fall's election, and are poised to claim a majority in the House in Tuesday's election, according to a Washington Post ABC poll. Voters' intentions for the House are split about evenly, with 49% of registered voters saying they will vote for the Republican candidate in their district, 48% saying they'll vote for the Democrat. Likely voters split 50% Republican, 48% Democrat. So it's pretty even. We'll say that. Likely voters, 50 Republicans, 48 Democrats. We should say, obviously, a lot of this has to do with gerrymandering too.
100%.
Because in some cases, Democrats might win the popular vote, but
and
lose
still
the election.
Yeah.
Right.
That's been going on for 15, 20 years now.
Right. With Republicans needing to win a net of 5 seats to take control of the House, Democrats face overwhelming odds to prevent that from happening. The poll findings cannot predict the number of seats that could switch hands, only the overall direction of voters' intentions, nor does the poll provide a look at the state of the Senate races or the GOP's chances of winning in the Senate. So that's, frankly, looks good for the Republicans. This looks good for democracy, I guess you could say, even though we don't have a democracy, in my opinion. This is another Washington Post story. Number of early votes cast surpasses the early vote total in 2018 midterm election. So Americans have cast more ballots ahead of Election Day than they did during early voting before the last midterm elections, continuing a trend of increasingly relying on early voting, despite vocal objections from some Republicans. And I think this is important, Tina. And this was on our live stream yesterday with some of these MAGA people seeming not to understand how any of this works. And they don't seem to understand. They don't understand how it works because they've been fed lies by Trump and a lot of these other people. But in most places, okay, you have Election Day voting, but most places you could send mail-in votes. Right. In Pennsylvania, why it was so contentious in 2020 is Pennsylvania had a rule that you could not start counting the mail-in ballots before Election Day. So that's why on election day, yes, you had
a big jump,
at 3 a.m, all these votes appearing, but they weren't appearing out of thin air and fraudulently.
Regardless of what some conspiracy theorists were saying, it was ridiculous.
Right, they were mail-in ballot votes.
Right.
So you have a lot of absentee ballots, mail-in ballot votes. You've seen in Arizona, like these militia-looking men observing outside of the mail-in drop.
Yeah, that is straight up voter intimidation.
Right. So you could have, I think in Pennsylvania, the same thing's going to happen. You're going to have, it's going to look really good for Republicans right away because the votes that get count, it seems fastest, is election day votes.
And those are generally the GOP voters. Yeah, there's a trend in the Democratic voters doing the mail-in ballots or voting early. There's definitely a trend in that direction.
Right. So you're going to have it looking like Oz is winning, but big.
Right.
I think you might even have people like Trump, possibly Fox News. I don't know if Oz would do that, but just coming out and declaring victory, like Pete Buttigieg style. Remember when Pete came out? I've won the Iowa caucus with no results. And Bernie should have bitch slapped him. But anyway, and it might create chaos and it might create violence, which we're going to get to later. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to be extremely close in some of these places. I worry that the narrative, because it's become so mainstream to normalize to be an election denier, that this, I don't want to say is going to lead to another January 6th kind of thing, but is going to lead to more violence because we've already seen it. Contrary to Jimmy Dore and these others who like kind of giggled along about Pelosi's husband being battered with a hammer, this guy, it's like if you gave him a menu of MAGA conspiracy theories, he ate it all up. The guy who attacked Pelosi's husband was an election denier, a COVID conspiracy theorist, a Holocaust denier.
Yep.
So
all kinds of QAnon stuff. You know, my thing, Jordan, about that is just I'm pretty kind of, I got to be frank, I'm really disgusted by people sort of normalizing political violence in this manner because of two reasons. Listen, I don't agree with Nancy Pelosi's politics whatsoever. I think she is part and parcel to why we have severe income inequality in the country. I think she has absolutely participated in insider trading and lots of other nefarious things. I can debate those things and be disgusted by them and work to, you know, expose more corruption, etc., without condoning what is straight up just grotesque political violence. Why would anybody be okay with some old man being beat up by a hammer? And here's the other part of it. The second part of it is if you think that that is acceptable, you're much closer to like being fine with more increased political violence on a skirmish line, more increased political violence at rallies. I mean, I've already seen multiple stabbings, whatnot, from right-wing extremists. You're just basically saying that anybody that shows up to counter protest these guys, well, it's fine if they get stabbed or shot or something. Like, it's just a dangerous game to be playing. I just don't understand why people think it's okay.
Right. Absolutely.
And you can hate me for saying it. I don't care. That's how I feel. I don't think it's right.
Sorry, I'm doing double duty because Fetterman's campaign just sent out where they're going to be tomorrow.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm sending
so
it to
send
Lewis
over there. Yeah.
Just forwarded you Fetterman event tomorrow in Pittsburgh.
I have not seen Kim Brown's take on this. I'd be curious to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, to me, why it's so dangerous that leftists, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of leftists, and let's just name names, Jimmy Dore, who I don't really consider a true leftist anymore, that they know who their audience is. And increasingly, it's becoming more right-wing. And right-wing audiences, which dominate YouTube, for better or worse.
That's true. I think that's definitely true.
YouTube is a right-wing audience. They want bashing of the Democratic Party, of liberals, of all these things. And I bash the Democratic Party often. It's funny because some streams will get right-wingers in because my headline is, critical of the Democratic Party. And then they'll be watching. But then when I just add the caveat that like Republicans are corrupt too, and like then they're like they bolt because we've entered this tribal thing. But the thing is, as I did in my live stream, which I guess some channels like said I was defending the ruling class because I was condemning
That's
Pelosi's
ridiculous.
husband being hit by a hammer. This isn't about. It's not about politics. It's not about whether you like Pelosi or hate Pelosi. It's not about like, oh, well, why should we care about violence against them? What about violence against the working
because
class?
we should care about violence, period.
Right.
Period. End of story. I mean, my
Because
God. Like,
you don't have to be a historian, Tina, to know this is how authoritarian and fascist
That's right.
dictatorships begin.
That's right.
When violence is normalized.
We need more police in the street because of what's happening. Yes, you're 100% correct. I guess that was sort of what I was trying to drive towards with my point about increased violence on skirmish lines and whatnot. Yes, absolutely. Right. That's part and parcel to this.
Right. So
it just ratchets it. It ratchets. Couldn't get that word out. Ratchets everything up.
Right. Absolutely. So I also want to get into, Colin, if we could show the 538 article, when will we know the 2022 midterm election results?
I'm glad you're bringing up this clown.
Which clown?
Did I just call him a clown? 538.
Well, no, Nate Silver is a clown, but I do think this is a good article.
Okay.
If you have this, Colin, it has kind of, if you can go down to show that grid that they have. Why I'm pointing out when each place will know when certain things are. I'm waiting for Colin to pull it up. Poor Colin.
Well, all right, while you're pulling it up, can I just get a take on something from you? Because I've been thinking about this the last couple of days. 538 was really off on its polling in regards to the Kansas abortion initiative, like really off. And
I'm not showing their polling. I'm showing something else.
Right. I'm just wondering, though, I just don't think it's Nate Silver on his own that is just ignoring this. I think not enough credence is being paid to the fact that women are still really pissed off about seeing Roe overturned. Like, if you look at all of the articles, a lot of them at least, they're saying that people are more concerned about economics and whatnot. And you'll see down here in the corner, there's this little bit about Roe v. Wade. I think that's being underweighted significantly. I do think women are still really angry about this, and it's going to have a much bigger effect on the midterms. Like, do you think that's crazy?
That Roe is going to have a much bigger effect
than what people in the mainstream media and polling are giving credit to. Yeah, they're sort of kind of sidelining at this point, I feel.
Well, without getting into the weeds of polls and how a lot of polls are kind of skewed or small sample size, or the sample size is older, more older people than younger people. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I don't want to be I don't know.
You don't have an crystal? No, I was going to say an 8-ball.
No, I don't have I don't have a vagina. I mean, that's what I mean. I don't have a vagina. So like, I do believe women, rightfully so, are going to come out in force. I think there might be some suburban Republican leaning women that normally, might have voted for the Republicans because, Trump's not technically on the ballot. Think like Glenn Youngkin. A lot of Republican voters who voted for Biden in 2020, they switched back and voted for Glenn Youngkin in the governor's race in Virginia because he seemed normal and wore a sweater vest. Like those kind of voters, I actually think a good chunk of those Republican women, this is too extreme for them in terms of
I agree. That's what
no
I'm saying.
Exceptions for rape, incest. I don't know if that's going to make the difference, though, in some of these races, because look at like Nevada. Nevada was hit hardest. Las Vegas was hit hardest by the supply chain, COVID. Economically, it's in tatters. So I think that this Democratic senator there is going to lose. You look at some other places, Georgia, it's probably going to be a runoff because you have to be over. I think it's you have to be over 50%. So after all these elections are decided, Warnock versus Walker, it could go to a runoff again. I don't know. I don't think Warnock is a particularly strong candidate. I think he was helped in 2020 by a lot of those extra people that came out, predominantly African-American voters that came out in Georgia for Biden. The election was a month later, so a lot of them came out again a month later and voted for Warnock and Ossoff. I do think it's going to play a part, but I can't stand James Carville, but he's right about one thing. It's the economy, stupid. And because the Democratic Party has had such, I mean, they've provided crumbs and provided every
I don't
excuse.
disagree with any of that. I just feel like the Roe v. Wade decision is being underweighted as far as the decision making is going. I mean, I'd be curious to see what other women in the chat think.
Well, most polls say that those polled, it's at like 8 to 10% in terms of the top issue. But again, I don't know those polls.
Yeah, but if you heavily weight older men in these polls,
Right. I don't know what the gender breakdown, what the age breakdown is. So I hope you're right. I hope people are voting on that for sure. But a lot of these Republicans, by the way, these debates play a role because none of these journalists on these debate stage actually perform journalism. So
they don't.
Oz was trying his best, Mitt Romney, like it was extreme during the primary, but then like, hey, I'm trying to bring people together during the general, and I'm moderate. And the debate moderators just let him get away with it.
He wouldn't
they
never
answer
hold anybody accountable for anything. It's really
he wouldn't answer on abortion. So he's allowed to kind of shift towards I'm a reasonable, I'm a compassionate conservative.
That's a good point.
But I want to show this chart, Colin, if we could put it back up, because this is the key, and this is why I fear we might be looking at potential violence here. When will we know 2022 midterm election results? Let's click on Pennsylvania there, because this is why I think the election denialism and all that really make a difference. Timing of results. The Secretary of State is keeping expectations low. I just lost my place. Hold on. Is keeping expectations low. While election day votes are expected to be reported on election night, officials are not allowed to start processing absentee ballots until Tuesday morning. Counting those votes could take days, but there are a few reasons to think it will take less time than it did 2 years ago. First, it's likely that fewer absentee ballots will be cast this year than in 2020. Counties are also more experienced and prepared for a large volume of absentees, and most counties are only allowed to stop counting once they're done. Several counties told the Philadelphia Inquirer that they expect to be mostly done counting by Wednesday morning. That might sound good. Oh, okay. Well, the morning after the election. Well, when you're talking, Colin, if we could pull up the Rolling Stone article, it's down in the section. Where did I put that? Trump plans to challenge the 2022 election. I mean, you already have reporting that Trump specifically in Pennsylvania is going to challenge the election results on this very basis, that on election day, the votes are showing Oz is leading. And then all of a sudden, all these ballots come in because they're absentee ballots. Let me read this. In early September, Donald Trump welcomed a handful of Republican allies to Manhattan's Trump Tower with an urgent message. He saw a, quote, scam happening with midterm election voting in Philly and elsewhere in Pennsylvania, and he wanted conservatives to do something about it. Quote, during our briefings, he was concerned that 2020 is going to happen again in 2022, says former senior Trump administration official Michael Caputo, referencing Trump's debunked assertion that voter fraud in Philadelphia help win Pennsylvania for Joe Biden. Caputo, who attended the meeting alongside Bradford County Commissioner Doug McClinko and retired CIA officer Sam Faddis, says they had a message back to the former president. Our team encouraged him to be concerned. Furthermore, I'm advising Republicans to recruit and train election observers and a team of attorneys to oversee historically problematic precincts. Historically problematic precincts in Republican language means black people. That's what they're talking about by historically problematic precincts. So why I bring that up, Tina, is at the end of the day, I think you could very well, they might think their mistake last time was just not declaring victory right away. And I think that as there's a lag, as you see Odd with a decent lead, as they're reporting election results on election night, I think you're going to see Trump right-wing groups declaring victory and declaring fraud as
100%.
as the results start tipping towards Fetterman. I remember last time around, I was at the convention center in Philadelphia as there was this standoff going. In one corner of the street was the MAGA people. In the other corner of the street was everyone else. There was a
Yeah.
bomb. There was a bomb.
Everyone
threat.
else, exactly.
There was a bomb threat called into the Philadelphia Convention Center. There was a family that drove up from Virginia that was arrested by the FBI with heavy weaponry in their car that were planning on shooting up the convention center where they were casting the ballots. So I'm not trying to be traumatic. I'm not hoping for this, but you know better than me because you cover this stuff night and day. We're not like at the tipping point for violence. We're already there.
So we're there. We're long there. In fact, we should maybe play that Ali Alexander video.
Yeah. So this is a clip from Ali Alexander. Colin, it's in the election section.
For people that don't know who he is, he's the guy that started the Stop the Steal organizer. He's an organizer, activist, right wing activist.
Was it correct me if I'm wrong? Was this guy part of InfoWars too?
I don't know.
Oh, that was.
Technically
I think that was the other guy. Yeah.
He does have a live stream that he does on, wait for it, back on that again, the Nick Fuentes Cozy TV. So he's live streaming on there, but he's been on a lot of different things.
Before we play this clip, I just want to remind people, we have a reporter on the ground there. In Pennsylvania, we have a cameraman on the ground there. This is all very expensive. If you're wondering why I'm not there, I got something going on in my family right now, so I'm not going to get into it, but I wanted to be out there, but I think Lewis and John are very capable. So if you can, definitely support us. Super chats, we'll read them towards the end. If you could donate off of YouTube, because YouTube takes 30% of super chats, that's statuscoup.com/donate to help us cover the costs for this trip. The links are under the description of this video. And of course, consider becoming a member for $5 to $10 a month. That's the best way to support us. Let's play this clip of Ali Alexander, and not hiding it, no subtleties. This is what they think in terms of their version of election integrity.
I would say to Joe Biden, any election I don't like is stolen. Any election where you get 81 million tabulations, not votes, is stolen. It's pretty simple. If I don't like it, it's stolen. If I like it, it's not stolen. If you win, it's stolen.
Okay, I don't like it, ergo it's stolen. I mean, are you kidding me with this? Like, and at the same time, these guys will think they're fighting for democracy. It blows my fucking mind.
Well, I think people like him are, I mean, I've been doing this long enough. It's very easy for me to see grifters who don't even believe most of what they're saying.
100% he's a grifter.
Yeah.
I think he believes some of it, though. I don't know. Hard to say.
But this goes hand in hand. I mean, honestly, probably the next Republican governor of Arizona in interviews basically said, I'll accept the elections if I win.
Yeah, Carrie Lake's another one.
So whether or not, like, this is not about supporting the Democratic Party. I don't. This is how dictatorships happen.
We are definitely sliding into that. Yeah.
When you normalize like coups, and certainly the United States knows about coups because we've engineered most of them around the world. But when you normalize no peaceful transition of power, when you normalize we're not going to accept election results, when you normalize political violence, when you basically call for
guns at ballot boxes. I mean, we have all the earmarks at this point, all of them.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if half the people understand what a dangerous place we are in this country at this point.
No, and I think a lot of them don't know that because the media they're consuming on the left is basically just doing 20 videos a week on how terrible AOC is, or videos like fighting with other channels and drama videos. And they're not actually reporting any of this because they don't want to report anything that might make them look like they're being pro-Dem. Again, this is not about being pro-Dem. Frankly, I think the Democratic Party is emboldening this shit by not providing people with real structural change.
I agree.
In Germany, in the 1930s, people were economically desperate. Germany was battered and in tatters after World War I. When people are economically desperate, they are susceptible
This messaging,
and it runs a
fascism.
gamut. It runs a gamut. It doesn't have to be necessarily like Hitler. It could just be phony populists who say they're anti-establishment and against the system. Speaking of a phony populist, no.
Best intro ever. Nailed it.
Tina, Ron, I was waiting for Ron because I've been holding in a pee for
We've
about
been
20 minutes. So I'm going to go pee, and Ron and you
Okay.
could
Let it flow, buddy.
talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
We've
you
been
leaving?
also holding on. No, he'll be back.
he's
We've been
leaving
holding
for
on.
this?
We've been holding back on some really good videos until you showed up because you're so funny.
Aw, Tina. You know how to make me blush on a Sunday. You're so kind. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday
morning.
Sunday morning going slow. So what we're basically talking about is the fact that the Democratic Party has been sort of enabling the fascism, the rise in American theocracy in the country because they're not addressing the income inequality. So by virtue of not providing what I would call a left exit to the income inequality, it's sort of allowing all of that anger and frustration a lot of it channeled obviously towards the government to find a home on the right. Even if it just starts out as just being, well, okay, I'll be against illegal immigration. Then the next level is, well, I'll be against all immigration. Then the next thing you know, it's white pride. So there's this whole arc of being, red pilled, as they say, into this direction. And the left is doing absolutely nothing about it. And the political violence and the uncertainty is just increasing. So that's sort of where we're at.
I'm glad I hopped on this very optimistic podcast. Good to be here. No, I mean, and I heard some stuff while I was backstage, and absolutely, I mean, this is just the similar playbook, and what's sad is that this is also the playbook that kind of keeps neoliberalism in place. Like this is the playbook.
Yes, absolutely.
Because this is the playbook. It's like Republicans could not be as gruesome as they are if Democrats weren't so ineffective. And Democrats, I said immigrants, and Democrats couldn't be as ineffective as they are if Republicans weren't as gruesome as they are. And they rely on the United States of amnesia to keep it in play. Like, okay, well, the Democrats had power and nothing in your life got better because they served Wall Street too. Well, I guess we'll take a chance on these Republicans. Okay, well, the Republicans, nothing got better. I guess we'll take a chance on these Democrats. Rinse, repeat. And we're just kind of being batted around like a freaking neoliberal ping pong ball, and we're the freaking ball being batted around. But guess what sucks? Nobody wants to end the volley. No one's actually trying to win here, folks. They're on the same freaking team. So
yeah, they're just going to extract more wealth because that's what the plutonomy does, right? Plutonomy is going to plutonomy. No, I don't disagree with that, and I think part of the enabling is the fact that the only real messaging that they respond with is like, well, have you seen the other guy? And the really sad truth here, Ron, is that there's always some truth to that messaging because you look at them and you're like, yeah, these guys suck. The Democrats aren't doing anything to help me. Then you go over and you look at the fascists on the other side and the American theocracy, and you're like, holy shit, that's like fucking scary over there. Like, okay, so now I'm back looking at you guys again, and that's the only thing you're going to say to me, but you're not wrong. Look at the other guy. They're fucking scary. I don't know how we get out of this.
Well, that's the thing. We need to really alter the system to get out of this because this is like the sad reality, and it really is this like
it just keeps getting worse.
Well, it keeps getting worse because like we get more and more into the extremes, but it's also, the GOP is a neo-fascist platform. That's definitionally what it is. The Democrats are a neoliberal platform. That's definitionally what it is. Neoliberalism leads to neo-fascism 100% of the time. So when you just go back from one and the other, again, the ping pong volley, you're just going back and forth, like just going back and forth. Like neoliberalism is going to go to neo-fascism and vice versa. Is that your phone?
That's my phone.
Is that David Geffen? Tell him I'm busy. Is that the president of show business? I told him. He's like, Ron, we got to get you a 12-album deal immediately. I'm like, well, we can talk business after Status Coup.
Ron, I want to replay this clip because Ron wasn't here, and I want to get his thoughts. Because to me, this is the ball game here. I don't want to tell people not to vote. I mean, obviously, it's your decision whether to vote. I don't
definitely vote. Always vote.
I don't want to tell people, It's all hopeless. You know, Tina and I were talking about that. Yeah, major structural change is not coming through either of these parties. It's going to have to come through us. But I want to show Joe Manchin one more time, because if you haven't seen this, this gives away the game that in large part, sure, a lot of worse things could happen if Republicans take power. But in large part, all these elections are theater, because this is actually what's going on in this country. Colin, if we could replay the Joe Manchin clip. And this, to tee it up for people that missed it, this is Joe Manchin with a message to corporate America and donors.
Investments you've made in politics from the Democrat side and the Republican side by asking nothing in return is a foolish investment, because you would never do that in your business world or your private life, but you do it in your political life.
Just saying the quiet part out loud now.
Yeah.
No need. Let's just say it. If you're gonna buy me, you better ask for something.
For something, exactly.
Otherwise, I won't know. I mean, I'll take the money, but if you don't, it's like, do you go to an ice cream shop and just give the guy money and don't tell him what you want? But what are they gonna do? I mean, I guess they'll just put it in their pocket. Same here. If you're a donor, tell me what you want, and I'll do it. I don't care about anything except my yacht, but you got to tell me. Vote for me, Joe Manchin.
I know, it's insane.
Just no subtlety. He does not care at all.
But you want to know? I mean, that is the system. And if for fucking in some miracle the Democrats keep the House and the Senate, which I don't think is going to happen, they're not going to pass a public option like Biden ran on. They're not going to pass $15 minimum wage, which at this point is a conservative position. $15 minimum wage, and with these prices is more like
it's symbolic now. Like it's just symbolism, basically.
It's silly.
And there will be more excuses why they can't do anything. And as I was talking about, Ron, basically what's going to happen now? Let's just say Republicans take the House, Democrats maybe keep the Senate. Either way, if Republicans take the House or if Republicans take both the Senate and the House, what you have then is a year and a half of impeachment and investigations into Hunter Biden and Afghanistan withdrawal and transgender drag queens or whatever, and then you have a media narrative and a Democratic Party narrative that you got to vote for Joe Biden again in 2024 because he's the only thing standing in between, President Duck Dynasty or whatever it is.
Oh, well, I think it's going to be DeSantis, which is light years beyond frightening, but you know, there's still some time between now and then.
So no, don't say that.
The narrative will be, this is bigger than Joe Biden or the Democratic Party. This is about saving democracy from fascism, yada, yada, yada. But to me,
Jordan, they're going to say something we've never heard before. They're going to say, this is the most important election of your lifetime.
Yes.
This is the
very
most
true.
This is the most, and then the next one, 24, and then 26, and then 28, and then
But hang on a second. We don't have that long, Ron. Honestly, they've said it with like a tongue-in-cheek thing in the past, but we're already at fascist gate.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But I want to show this. I want to show this because this is partially why so many people are being sucked into the right wing. Colin, this is the CNBC article. That's 63% of Americans. Let me know when you have that up. It should be high up on the live stream doc. I'm throwing a lot at Colin, so.
Yeah. We love you, Colin.
Yeah, so 63% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, including nearly half of six-figure earners.
I bet it's higher than that.
Yeah, I mean,
I bet it's even higher than that to be.
So yeah, I mean, listen, there are certainly some people that are doing well that are just bigots and like dictatorships and shit like that. But I would tell you from my travels on the ground, there's a whole lot of people that are not terrible people. They might have a good heart. They work hard. That are just struggling. And when that is why Trump won in the first place. It wasn't Russia. People were just sick of the establishment. Hillary Clinton was the personification of this. And you had a phony strongman come by saying, I'm going to bring back the
I'm gonna clean
jobs.
the, drain the swamp.
I'm going to end the wars and blah, blah, blah. And people get
Whether that
sucked
was
into
truth
that.
or not, whether it's true or not doesn't matter, right? People are desperate.
I think it's fair to say it wasn't true, Tina.
It was definitely not
I
true,
think-
but I'm. But I'm
I mean,
saying
maybe Trump meant some of that stuff. Oh, really? You think he planned on reopening the steel mills? That was a sincere plan.
But you get the point. You get the point. They already
Right.
know one candidate is a bankster bot candidate, right? In their mind, like, okay, this is the third way principles right here. Market is the moral arbiter of everything. This is what they buy into if you're in the Clinton camp. They already knew what they were going to get there, right? So now comes along this, right-wing, quote unquote, populism, using my scare quotes here, offering all of these solutions to the income inequality, saying he's going to fight for the working class. And then you have on top of that, the DNC basically putting his thumb on the scale against the left-wing, quote unquote, populist. The guy was actually talking about these problems and actually sincerely meant them. They put their thumb on their scale in that. Where do you think all that angry energy was going to go to? It was only the naive among the Democratic Party that actually believed these people were ever going to come around to vote for Clinton. It was obvious to everybody else who was paying attention.
And Ron, Tina and I were talking about it. Listen, there were like 2 or 3 simple things that Biden had to do.
Yeah.
That the polls would be very different right now. Number one, the parliamentarian is as real as Santa Claus. Sorry, kids, if you're watching. She's not elected. Has no authority. Trump and other presidents have just disregarded the parliamentarian. Biden could have passed a $15 minimum wage. It's not enough, but probably structurally that is a real change.
But the littlest of things would make the difference. You know what I'm saying? And it wouldn't have really affected, his standing with his donors all that much. Here's the thing is they all get too damn greedy. And at some point, we are driven by consumption. Our economy in this country is driven by consumption, right? In order for the economy to grow and to keep growing, people have to consume goods. That's just the way it is. At some point, the widget manufacturers are going to get to the point where there's no expendable income left and people cannot buy the widgets they're making. That is really problematic for the economy. Now, the worst part of that is those that are manufacturing the widgets are so fucking wealthy at this point that it won't affect them whatsoever. This is where Elon and company go to Mars and build a camp, right? They don't care. They're rich. They can not work another day or not sell another widget in their lives, and it won't affect them. That is how much wealth they have accumulated. In the meantime, though, the entire economy will be decimated, and the outcome of that is really devastating for everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. But he could have pushed a $15 minimum wage as part of the COVID reconciliation deal. Public option, there are things he could do via executive action that could have given a public option, which he ran on. And third and finally, there's only one man blocking extending the child tax credit. Is the child tax credit utopia? No. But,
But
do you
it's
think
something?
Like Lyndon B. Johnson was a bastard and he pushed us further and further into Vietnam? You think Lyndon B. Johnson would let fucking Joe Manchin block his agenda? No. Biden could have used the bully pulpit of the presidency, said this man is blocking food for your children, this and that. Manchin would have folded eventually. So the Democrats have themselves
Or he would have
to
gone
blame.
to the Republican Party, which I think is fine. I think people that think that that's a big deal are kind of missing the point.
But at the end of the day, why this is so important is this kind of stuff. This is what emboldens authoritarianism. This is what emboldens, neo-fascism or straight up fascism. When you have kind of a neoliberal corporate party that puts out, proletariat type language, but is fucking the proletariat.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's the other kind of danger here. I mean, like looking back to well, how did we get into this Trump era in the first place? I mean, a lot of the blame does go to, we had 8 years of Obama who talked like he was going to be some left-wing progressive change, and governed like Reagan. Didn't, yeah. I mean, a lot of us were like, well, he's not going to be that, but he'll hopefully be the centrist we need. He didn't even meet that bar. He was a right-wing president. But for a lot of just general people who live in the United States and are probably living their life, they think that Obama was some progressive. So they think, well, gee, we had 8 years of Obama. My life got worse. I guess progressive policies suck.
I'm going to take a chance on this guy. Well, now we're going through the same thing. Like, well, Biden's supposed to be some radical socialist, I heard on Fox News. Well, gee, he's a worse Reagan than Obama was, pretty much. So, I guess progressive policies suck. I mean, and that's what happens here.
None of it's progressive. Yeah, you're right. But the messaging is part of the problem, right? The optics.
And then Bernie Sanders, and again, Bernie's not perfect. He doesn't walk on water, but he was able to break through.
Actually, he did today.
He did?
He was speaking.
Did he walk on one of the rivers?
No, he was speaking and it started pouring out, and he just kept going.
Oh, okay. Well, all right.
But he doesn't literally walk on water. Yes.
Yeah, I got you. But hey, man, Pittsburgh's my hometown, and I can speak from experience. It is a very rainy place, especially this time of year. So I hope everyone stayed dry the best they could. But look, he was able to break through that messaging. Like, he was able to break through it and communicate with regular people. And because he was seen as an outsider, but he was a genuine outsider. And I mean, look,
right.
If we're talking electoral politics, whether people like to admit this or not, we missed an opportunity of a generation. And I shouldn't say we missed it. It was taken from us. But not getting Bernie Sanders in the White House, that was an opportunity of a generation.
Really changed things.
We just did not get. I mean, and even if he was president right now, would he be ticking us off sometimes? Abso-freaking-lutely. Would he be, bending the knee way more than he should? Abso-freaking-lutely. But you know what? There's a lot of executive actions he would have done that Joe Biden wouldn't even consider, and we would be in an infinitely better place than we are now. And we would just be heading in a different structural direction. So, I mean, it was a chance of a generation, and we just straight up, we lost. They stole it from us. They stole it from us twice. And I'm not trying to be like a doom and gloom here, but being realistic, I don't know if we'll get another chance anytime soon. I mean, I think it could be generations before we get another chance like that, and we might not have that amount of time.
We don't have.
We really might not.
We don't.
I mean,
and there's nobody else coming up like him. There really isn't.
Not at all. Not at all. And we don't have. I mean, I think there's a valid chance that like the United States within the next couple decades could just be a decentralized wasteland.
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, just responding to someone, I hate Jordan here to give all the caveats that I don't support the Democratic Party, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm giving the caveats that I'm not telling you who to vote for. You could, because I as a journalist, I'm not going to be pushing you one way or the other. People know that like I'm progressive. I got a lot of shit for voting for Biden. I explained why I did. But I'm basically saying, like, I'm giving you the facts of what's going to happen if Republicans take over. But I'm telling you, vote for whoever you want. If there's third-party candidates that you think are better in your area, I mean, by all means. But I want to get to the fun part of the live stream. We've already gone into the kind of more of the midterm focused in terms of there might be potentially Trump and those folks coming out and declaring victory in Pennsylvania and other places because election day votes are counted earlier and that might skew towards Republicans. But I want to get to just some batshit crazy clips that are funny, but also very dangerous. Yeah. Colin, let's start with Doug Mastriano. Doug Mastriano, who fortunately it seems is going to lose the governorship in Pennsylvania. What's his name? Josh Shapiro is the attorney general. He looks like he'll be the next governor. Kind of your dime a dozen Democrat, but he's, I would say, objectively is much better than Doug Mastriano. But Doug Mastriano was going on a riff about pronouns, and then he had a bit of a aerial aid because there was a rainbow over the rally. So let's take a listen to what Doug Mastriano had to say about pronouns and the rainbow.
And they're taking on the man by suing the administration. They tell me their kids are being told, don't tell your parents we're playing pronoun games in school. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't.
Rainbow.
Where is it? Oh, wow. Okay, we got another rainbow behind us here. You want to talk about it? It's a sign in heaven. God is sending a message to Pennsylvania. Incredible. There was a double rainbow here this morning as well, I'm told.
God is sending a message. No,
Well, wait
bro,
a second.
that's just science.
Wait, I'm slightly confused actually. Wouldn't he not like
The
the
rainbow?
rainbow? Like
I was
wouldn't
thinking that too.
like I was a little confused
It's
watching
not
this.
the,
Like I'm
because it's
like,
not gay rights. It's the covenant of God that he's.
I was not confused, but I found it challenging to concentrate because of the My Pillow advertisement right there.
well, yeah, no, that was pretty epic, but it wasn't satire. But I don't know. I'm not sure because I was like, oh, they're cheering. Are they cheering for gay people?
rights?
Is that
No.
what's
That's
happening?
that's.
No, I know
God's
that's not what's
covenant.
happening. But I was confused. I'm like, what's happening here?
Yeah. So, that was Mastriano. Fortunately, he's losing pretty significantly in the polls. The Democrats actually did the Pied Piper strategy here. They propped up Mastriano in the primaries, trying to get him to win the primary, thinking they had a better chance to beat him in the general. And in this case, it seems that it will go positive for the Democrats.
Man. You don't know. I mean,
most polls he's down. Most polls he's down by like 7 to 10 points. But crazier things have happened. You're right. All right, so that's number one, and I think we're gonna just get progressively crazier as we go here. So let's play.
We found some crazy clips.
let's play Roger Stone on American Theocracy.
Opposition is satanic. I think that they are evil. And I know CNN won't like this, but what we're in right now is a spiritual war. Here's the good news. We do battle for the Lord.
Now,
So I pulled that off his telegram.
Are you sure it's him though? Because he doesn't have the shirt that says Roger Stone on it. He's not wearing his name T-shirt. So are we
Are
sure?
you talking about the Proud Boy one that says Roger Stone?
Yeah,
he
that he wears.
Okay.
He wears he wears his own T-shirt.
He doesn't wear that to church.
Oh, he was in church. Okay.
No, I don't know. No, he wasn't in church. I'm making a joke. The Proud Boys, when they go to their monthly meetings, call that going to church. Let me clarify.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. All right.
Now you know.
Now I know. Man, you're filling up my short term with all this disturbing shit about these groups.
Yeah, so obviously Roger Stone is the symbol of American morality. So we'd love to be listening to him as far as satanic cults and all that stuff. And honestly, there might actually be blood in the water between Roger Stone and Trump.
There's definitely blood in the water.
Oh, Trump pisses off everyone, doesn't he? He's just sort of I get the vibe he's just a hard dude to get along with. I know you're like, wow, that might be a stretch, Ron. I don't know what gives you that, but it seems like he just burns every bridge.
Well, no. Leaked video came out of Roger Stone basically screaming, "I'm done with Trump," and blah 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 blah.
And some anti-Semitic remarks about her daughter's husband.
Trump did or Roger Stone did?
Roger Stone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Good old Roger.
Good old Roger.
Yeah. So that's one. Now let's go to Copeland, who is isn't he like a Joel Osteen type, like a TV evangelist? So he spoke at the crazy MAGA Trump rally last night. Ken Copeland. Let's play that clip.
There are things, this great state of Pennsylvania, liberty was born here. I've been accused of being a Christian nationalist. Our first president, 1789, opened his Bible at 17th chapter of Genesis, where God made covenant with Abraham. And he read that. And he bowed his knee and he prayed. And he said, "You'll be our God and we'll be your people." Would you call him a Christian nationalist? He was a Christian patriot. Hallelujah. So, by covenant, this nation belongs to God. Therefore, voting is a sacred trust. And if you don't vote, hush for at least 2 years. You have no comment. I'm an old man. I've lived.
Why is he talking like the teleprompter was too slow for him? The whole time he was talking, he was just like, and then man saw a tree, and the tree was on fire, and it said, "Vote for Trump." Like that guy. And why does Trump? Is Trump hurting so much financially that he can't get a hat that fits his head? Like, what was with that hat? It looked like, dude, no, that's not.
What's amazing about it also is just, I don't know if it's a psychops or like the peanut brain of a large swath of America, that you have this Christian nationalist talking about all these, grandiose language about morality and all that stuff, and standing next to a three-time man who cheated on his wife 3 times, a man accused of sexual assault and sexual harassment, I think 20 times, a man who has cheated on his taxes, cheated on his wives, said like weird, creepy things about wanting to be with his daughter, sexually. I mean, we could go down the list of just Trump's, I guess.
Yeah, we can keep going with this. He's not a good dude. There's plenty. Yeah. We can get into the Central Park 5 discriminatory housing practices. There's a long list.
So it's unbelievable. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Donald Trump, you got to give it to him. I mean, I thought Obama was a real good con artist, but Donald Trump is probably in modern history, nobody has succeeded like Donald Trump has in conning and basically remaking himself into the populist hero.
Well, I mean, he spanned so many genres. I mean, he's covered steaks, restaurants, universities, politics. I mean, he checks all the boxes. Politics was just one stop for him.
True. Absolutely. What else do we have? Oh, let's get to yesterday's fun. Lewis, who's doing great work for us down there. He was at a MAGA rally.
Status Lou.
Yeah, Status Lou. Status Lou. And if you've been following the live streams, definitely support us if you can. It's pricey to send a reporter, a cameraman, hotels, food. So you could become a member, statuscoup.com/join for $5 a month. That's statuscoup.com/join. Colin, let's play the first clip you put together from the MAGA rally yesterday. If you're there.
By first one, which one would that be?
Which I don't know. I didn't categorize.
Okay, I'll just cut it.
That was bringing you out here today. Obviously, you're a fan of President Trump based on that comment, but are you here to see Trump? Or are you here to see Oz, Master?
Oz, Trump, the whole group of them. That we need to put the country back together. It's totally falling apart. Totally. My dad just passed away this week, and I tell you what, he was a full-blooded Democrat all his life, and he turned before last year in 2020 or a couple years ago to strictly all Republican. He's a full, still registered Democrat, and he's voting all Republican.
Well, sorry for your loss, number one. That's sorry to hear that.
I'll tell you what, he was an ex-Marine too, so he knows what's right.
What issues, I guess, as you're looking for this, are most important to you? You're saying you're kind of voting all Republican at this point. What are the issues that that kind of lead you to doing that?
A little bit of everything. Economy, not just the economy. You got the, especially that, what's that in school? What's that?
Are you thinking critical race theory?
No, that should not be in school. That should.
I think to a lot of degrees, to a lot of degrees, I don't think that is going on in school in a lot of cases. But
how to drive, which they took away. They should teach you your history in school, and maybe how to cook and survive in the world.
Some of the
critical race theory.
Some of the history stuff is probably going to overlap with a little bit of what's in the critical race theory, because it stays.
Health CPR anymore. They don't teach you how to drive anymore. I heard most of the driving and teaching young kids how to drive.
Right.
How many young kids are getting out of high school that are getting killed their senior year?
Right.
Because they don't know what a car can do.
I think you mentioned health. Like, I think, and you're probably going to disagree with me on this, but and to a degree, I think some of it. I understand where people are concerned in some cases, but I hear a lot of people saying pushing transgender, which is a weird way to phrase it in my head. But health-wise, though, like there are there are beyond obviously transgender people exist. Do we agree with that?
No.
You don't think this?
They should just keep to themselves, mind their own, but they shouldn't promote it. I don't think. I was told years wrong, and I was told when God made the world, the only animal that reproduces besides male and worm. A worm can
question for you. So we are a constitution, yes?
Yes, definitely.
Freedom of religion.
Yes.
Not everyone believes in God.
Right.
So doesn't that mean that if someone wants to be transgender, even if it's against, or not even wants to be, they just are, or gay,
if you were making a hamburger or steak, they're different, right? A hamburger, steak's a steak. A female's a female, a male's a male. Why are you putting males in?
Why would
female sports?
Right.
But this is just ridiculous.
First of all,
sex isn't binary; it's variant. It's not like one or
First
the
of all,
other.
if I was there, I'd say hamburger is not a hamburger. We have Beyond Meat now, the Impossible Burger. So that's number one. He's incorrect. But yeah,
that's fair.
My thoughts are, that is the Fox News viewer. Like that guy is the demographic of a Fox News viewer. And he is being fed 24/7. The biggest threat to America are drag queens. The biggest threat to America is pronouns. The biggest threat to America is critical race theory, which, by the way, I don't understand why Democrats can't actually point out that this is actually not. This is only taught in like graduate level universities. Correct. It's not taught in schools. But
even then, not to the broad of university students. You would have to be in an area where you're specifically looking at certain elements. Like this is the fact that this is even a continued conversation about high school or grammar school is absolutely absurd.
Right. And these people want to, on one end, they want parental rights, quote unquote, parental rights, so that, the word gay cannot be said in a school, but they then want to tell parents how they can, about the decisions they can or cannot make, because literally you cannot get, as a minor, you can't get gender affirming care in this country without parental approval. So they want to outlaw that, meaning they want to decide for parents, basically stop them from approving if their kid feels that they are really a boy or a girl. So it's just, I've been on the ground talking to people like this, and it's mind numbing. It's hard to even have a reasonable conversation because it's just the propaganda is very thick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think that entire interview is really kind of a snapshot and just what people are really angry about. and then what they're conditioned to believe is causing that anger.
Right.
You know, what is that guy really angry about? He's angry about justified things because he's angry about the working class being left behind. That's what he's really saying when he brings up his dad, who was a Democrat. They feel that the Democrats are just these out-of-touch elites, which in many ways is true, that has left them behind. You know, he's mad that we've lost the whole idea of training people for life and stuff like that. Like there's some truth in that. But then who does he think is to blame for this? Well, because of the conditioning of Fox News and stuff like that, he thinks it's the fault of transgendered people. He thinks it's the fault of critical race theory, which I would be willing to bet he doesn't actually know what that is. He has some idea in his head on what that is because that's what was said to him, and that's not actually what it is. So, you know, again, it just follows the playbook of you have this corporatocracy that is screwing you over left and right, which he has the right to be angry about that. He should be. But then you have part of the corporatocracy that just happens to be the media wing that's going to distract him to think that the most powerless people in the world are causing all of his problems. We've seen this playbook many, many times. That snapshot is very telling into the contemporary American society. And it's very sad and it's very disturbing.
Yep, absolutely. Let's get to another clip here from the MAGA event yesterday. And by the way, I mean, I thought Lewis was very friendly with these folks, but at a certain point, he challenged one of them, and the guy was a major snowflake, like ran away. And then security must have seen like, oh, is this guy a liberal or lefty reporter? And kicked him out. So yeah, freedom of speech until you challenge, even in a very friendly way, you challenge the MAGA brain, and we're going to have to tell you to leave. Let's play the next clip that you cut, Colin.
First off, like obviously we've got the Trump rally coming out here today. Are you coming out specifically for Trump? Are you here to see Dr. Oz? Are you here to see Mastriano?
We're coming out for the movement.
For the movement.
Yeah.
I just want to hear their truth because the media suppresses so much information.
This whole thing is bigger than Trump or it's bigger than all of them, really, when you think about it.
When you say the movement, what do you mean by that?
America first, man.
America first? Gotcha.
Look, my dad's parents came over. He fought in World War II. He was a decorated person. He was in this crazy group like that would be the Rangers now. But you know what? He fought for America. I didn't. He didn't want me to go in. I didn't go in, but I started my own business, and I'm doing all right. I don't need. You know what? Why? Why do we have all this division? You know what I'm saying?
America first. And we should watch. I mean, China is more scary than Russia.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're scary right now, and they want to be world dominant. And
yeah, gotcha. Let's for a second. Obviously, we got the midterms coming up real quickly here, or real soon here. Make sure we're not tripping over anything. I guess I'm assuming in the Senate race, you all are favoring Dr. Oz on that.
No, unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, unfortunately, I guess. What are your top issues on that, and what are your thoughts on Dr. Oz?
Well, he's not my favorite. Neither was Trump when he got in, but he ended up being, look, there's a whole movement now. So maybe he's all right. I don't know. We'll see. But he was not my choice.
So he's not your choice. What are the top issues that you're really looking for in candidates right now that obviously you're potentially not getting, but what are the issues that are affecting you?
We need to cut the federal government by at least a third, if not half. Get rid of half of them, and then we'll start over again.
Get rid of half of them. Like, are you talking cut the military budget in a third? Cut the.
Not at all, man. Yep.
And what? Okay, gotcha. What?
Another thing that drives me crazy when I drive down the street. I mean, it's all attorney ads suing each other. It's gambling. It's healthcare, which should be regulated and not people that. If you're a nonprofit, you should take care of the people. Why are you advertising for your services?
So from everybody, I've kind of heard like.
Why are drug commercials on TV?
So
I mean, after all, because you know what, the media's not going to complain about it
right.
because they're getting money. The Republicans are getting money from the drug companies.
The Democrats are getting plenty of money, and it's not going to change.
So, okay, question here. Yeah, it sounds like you guys are pretty unhappy with like a lot of people. Why are you voting for Republicans in particular here? Because it sounds like you're not happy with their candidate.
Rhetoric is a little more honest to us, I think.
Yeah. What rhetoric is it?
What rhetoric? Make America great. I mean, the other side wants to make us a third world country.
Do you actually think that they want to make it a third world country? Because I hear that argument a lot, and I don't think that that's fair.
I think it's I would think they want to tear up the Constitution.
Yeah, look, I'm telling you, have you even done any research on any of this? If you have, which I'm starting to think you guys are a little bit of a lefties, but my point.
I said I'm not a Trump fan. I'm also not a Biden fan. Wouldn't vote for him.
The point is, if you go back, my father fought in World War II, right? And he told me, now he died about 6 years ago. And he said maybe 5 years before that, so it's 10 years, he says, this is starting to look a lot like Germany did in the before Hitler went nuts, right? So when you start thinking about that, I know your facial expressions are telling me a lot, but it is happening. And then if I recently did a lot of research.
Wait, so you're saying America is turning into Germany? That's what I guess, like, what signs would you be saying?
Because you look at if you go back and look at what Hitler did with the police. He did basically their FBI. If you look, he's doing a lot of the same things. You've got to control the narrative, so you got to control what people are seeing. You got to go after people that are against you.
Right.
Okay, Trump was in for 4 years. He didn't do any of that.
I went and got myself a water to drink, and now I need a beer.
I'll let you guys go first on that.
Well, first of all, I'll point out some fun stuff first. I think the dude standing in the back of the tie-dye shirt just thought he was going to a music festival and is real confused. He just looked really confused. I also loved when the guy goes, "Why is there so much division?" as he's wearing a t-shirt that is angry at a group of people for just existing. But
yes.
Okay. But man, that ending was freaking chilling because he's talking about all these early warning signs of fascism. Here's what's scary.
Except that he's
right.
defending the fascists, and he's right. I know.
He doesn't realize what team he's on.
He doesn't realize what team
he's absolutely right. We check every early warning sign. If somebody just X'd out that part of the clip, if that guy was wearing a different shirt and they X'd out just that part of the clip and they played it by itself with no context and they said, "Ron, guess his political views," I would guess he was a leftist. I'd be like, well, he's predicting all these signs of fascism and he's calling it. Of course, you didn't include the part where he said that Trump was the good guy. Like, you take out all that stuff.
Right.
And just
no, I don't disagree.
Where he's talking about the cops and where he's talking about like the stuff that they do and he's talking about authoritarianism. He's right. He just doesn't realize he's on the wrong side.
But, I need to point something out, and I've said this a million times in the past, and it's really beneficial to maybe hear it now. A lot of the times, all of these right-wing extremist groups, whether they are the Groypers, the neo-Nazis, the MAGAs, the Oath Keepers, like go down the list, a lot of them do absolutely 100% agree with the problems that are in the country that the left is diagnosing. Like, if you remove where the source of these comments are from, you literally have to play a game of like neo-Nazi or leftist, because they both clearly see the problems, right? They can understand and feel the income inequality. They're experiencing it, right? They can point to corporate America and know that they have been regulating and controlling our government through, regulatory capture, through buying bot congressmen, whatnot. They see that. They know that's happening. What happens, though, is there's just a complete disconnect over what the solution is, right?
Right.
They veer into this, this space where they're going to make it about racism, about anti-Semitism, about, how socialism or communism is bad, how oftentimes, these things are the same. And it's really frightful because they don't realize that they're playing into the authoritarianism. I remember one time I was interviewing a Proud Boy. Here's a prime example. They have a shirt that they like to wear that's about Pinochet, where it says Pinochet did nothing wrong on one side, and on the other side it says, throw him out of the copters, meaning, he used to throw communists and anybody that really disagreed with him out of a helicopter. That was what he did. So they think that that's an acceptable way to deal with their political enemies, so to speak, right? So I point blank asked this guy, because he was having a reasonable enough conversation with me. I'm like, listen, why are you wearing this t-shirt? You keep telling me that you're about civil liberties, American freedoms, the things that make this country great. Yet you are wearing a t-shirt that is a guy that is an absolute authoritarian dictator that basically decided free speech didn't exist and that he would kill his enemies by throwing. I'm like, there is an absolute disconnect between these two things. And his response to me was like, you know what? You're right. I'm not going to wear this t-shirt again. So.
Well, then let me ask a question. I mean, to everybody, but Tina, to you, especially since you cover this stuff so much. How does the process start for this stuff to be unlearned? Because I believe that it can. I mean, as a leftist in the United States, I have to hold on to the hope that people can change, because politically, we are still by far the most outnumbered group politically in the United States. Leftists in the United States, be it a leftist in the United States, is like being a surfer in Nebraska, and the only way you can get to the ocean is by walking. All right? It's pretty freaking grim. But we did find out 6 years ago, we're not as outnumbered as we thought. Still by far the smallest group, but there's like more of us than we realize. So that's a good thing. But we're still 6 years later figuring out, well, what the hell do we do about it? And so far, the best we've come up with is let's argue on Twitter and tear apart each other over the 5% of things we disagree on.
Actually, Ron,
not working too well. So how do you start unlearning this stuff?
Well, I've gone to the source on this. So for people that do have this question, I have now interviewed 2 ex-neo-Nazis that were part of right-wing extremist groups that work as what they call an expert specialist, meaning that their job is to pull people out of these movements and to give them support as they are leaving the movement and go through the process of sort of detoxifying your brain from the hate you've been slurping up all these years. So there are ways to do this, right? And both of these interviews are on Status Coup. You can watch them. Not to digress enough, get off topic from the midterms, but what you're asking is a valid question, because we obviously need to do something in this country. If we can de-radicalize, so to speak, I'm thinking there's probably a better word for that, but I'm not coming up with it right now. But if we can pull them back from the ledge, isn't that the thing we should be doing, right? And I agree with you, yes.
So there's a couple things. One, I think part of how you pull these people out of this is when you have a candidate like Bernie, because I met a lot of right-wingers.
Oh, I agree.
I met a lot of right-wingers. I remember in 2016 when I was at Trump rallies, even like Ted Cruz rallies, on the campaign trail, when I asked them, who's your number 2? It wasn't other Republicans. It was Bernie Sanders. Because of his
and you know what? Can I stop you for a second, not to interrupt you? The really interesting thing about that, Jordan, and you are 100% correct. The really interesting data point about that is a lot of these folks are very anti-Semitic, but they still would have voted for the Jewish guy. So wrap your head around that.
But if there's an actual populist message that is actually America first, not through nationalist phony rhetoric, but like, hey, let's not sell all our jobs to other countries, actually wants to, provide structural change materially, economically. A lot of these people that have these cultural, craziness will gravitate more towards that left populist message, and then hear that left message from someone like Bernie, who says, it's not the Mexican that's your problem. It's not the Muslim that's your problem. I saw a lot of right-wingers that sounded a whole lot like these people that really like Bernie. The other thing is, again, the cognitive dissonance is so thick. And I can't really blame these people, because you don't really, media, they watch whatever media they watch, and it's so partisan and so tribal. But like when they say, we're here for the movement, and Lewis asks, what's that about? The America First movement. Well, what exactly does that mean? Because when Trump was president, he continued to help allow fossil fuel companies to export all the oil, meaning drill, drill, drill. It doesn't matter because they're not drilling and keeping the oil here.
Right.
Trump let these fossil fuckers, just like Obama did, sell the oil. All these pipelines are going to export terminals. That's part of why we're so reliant on Russia or Saudi Arabia, because we drill here, but it's not meant for energy independence. It's meant so fossil fuel companies could fucking
take more money. Yeah.
Make God knows how much more money. When they talk about Trump's America First and all this stuff, well, I remember when I was on the campaign trail, Trump told the GM workers in Lordstown, Ohio, don't move. I'm going to keep the factories open and I'm going to reopen the factories. Within the first year of his presidency, GM closed the factory in Lordstown where Trump told people not to move. So these people, it's just America First because, again,
there's no left exit to the income inequality. That's the problem.
They're afraid of, they view, speaking of my dad, who watches Fox News, they are afraid, they see that things are changing for the worse economically, and then that allows them to think things are changing for the worse societally and culturally. Because the movement that they're talking about, Trump is not America First. Everything he did was to help
corporations
donors.
first. Yeah,
exactly. And obviously, Democrats are also not like, capital America first.
That's why Jordan, that's why they're susceptible to that, right? They're susceptible to somebody telling them the reason you're not making money anymore, the reason that you are suffering is because of immigration. That's the first step, right, in becoming red-pilled into something more extreme.
Right.
And this is a message that they just keep grinding home over and over again. And I'm going to say it again. It's because there is no left exit to the income inequality. The Democratic Party has failed miserably at providing that. If Bernie Sanders had won in 2016, would we have seen the rise in fascism that we have seen the last few years? I do not believe we would have. I don't.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't either. Yeah. I think what it's going to take is you need somebody who, and it will be like, it's going to have to be a presidential figure because it has to be like somebody with that pulpit who is going to lead in that way, which is like the figure of a president. You need somebody who can kind of cut through all the buzzwords, which Bernie did very well. And really just give people a winning message that their lives are going to get better and we're going to, really make America
do it. Yeah.
And actually do it. And that's the other thing. They have to have, basically, they just have to have the firebrand that they're just not going to frickin' back down. The problem with all this is that for that person to actually do what they say they want to do, it would require a complete overhaul of our entire system. And a lot of the powers that be, they're not going to let that happen. That's why they cheated Bernie twice. They didn't want it to get to that point. They didn't want it to get to that point where it's like, this guy is a threat to the status quo in a way that none of the other Democrats are by far. We need to make sure he doesn't get too much power.
I agree with you that that's exactly what they think. And the worst part, Ron, is that Bernie Sanders is less of a threat to the status quo than what they've got instead.
Right.
So, they've sort of been forcing the voter into this conversation about voting for lesser evils without really doing any self-examination here about where they end up at the end of this gamble.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing. They're going to keep the gravy train on autopilot until it gets to the point where people straight up don't have food to eat. To where people, let's be real with what the United States is. It is an empire. It is just the modern day empire. And as long as people can still go to work, they're happy to keep pushing the gravy train along. It will take massive amounts of people who either can't go to work because they are too sick permanently, which I hope it doesn't come down to that, or it's going to take a massive strike, which is what I would prefer. I would much prefer option B there.
Yeah.
But that's what it's going to take. It's going to take that. And it's going to take somebody to lead both lead the labor movement and lead electorally too. You need both things.
You need both.
Right.
I agree. I agree.
I also think, Tina and I talked about this earlier, but obviously, it's major money focusing on elections for media, YouTubers. But the truth is, we need to focus on the less sexy stuff. And that's what I've been doing and Status Cou's been doing. People need to get involved, even if it's not your direct workplace, with these union drives, with these worker strikes, with these tenants unions. That's really about the only thing I know of that's actually having some success on the left right now. I don't think we're going to have a general strike overnight. I'm not going to sell you false hope, but you can get involved if there's a local Amazon workers in your community, Starbucks workers, Trader Joe's workers. There's electrical workers that are going on strike. Railroad workers might be going on strike soon. Contrary to Biden's bullshit, I averted the railroad strike. I mean, they're rejecting the tentative agreements, so that's going to lead to a strike. There's so many things happening in your local community that, things are not great federally. Even if, I mean, for argument's sake, if the Democrats kept the House, that's not going to happen. They'll be right out with their excuses why they can't do anything. But there are things happening, and I think, the left is deflated. It's fractured. But listen, if there was more attention on the Amazon workers who were trying to unionize in Albany, if other media outlets would have been focused on that, big left outlets were not focused on that. They might have had a shot to win, and that would have been 2 for 2 for Amazon. So there are good things happening. By the way, reminder, keep those super chats coming. I'm going to read them in the end. We're going to wrap up soon, but appreciate the super chats. We'll read them in a little bit. Wanted to play one more clip from the MAGA rally. And by the way, there are reports that Trump is going to announce he's running for president as soon as next week. So that's something. There's also an active grand jury going on in regards to the Mar-a-Lago classified documents thing. We've been following that. I think he's going to be prosecuted, so that could set up. I don't want to be as dramatic as Civil War, but we just had somebody go take a hammer to Pelosi's husband based on lies. So we had the FBI office in Cincinnati shot up after Mar-a-Lago was raided. So if the fearless leader is prosecuted, I don't think MAGA world is going to throw a kind tea party over it.
No.
I think we could be having some really tough times coming up. But Colin, let's play one more clip from the MAGA rally.
We drove an hour and a half to get here. We love Trump. I can't believe the idiot we have in office right now. I'm tired of paying that price for gas. Trump tells it like it is, and he tells it like we feel it is. And he says what needs to be said and does what needs to be done. He's a true person.
What has Trump done throughout the 4 years that really makes you think that Republicans could do better?
Our economy was booming when he was in office. It's going down the drain now, and it's going to get worse. I shudder to think if a Democrat gets in here.
Do you see, what do you think the Republicans are going to do on, like you mentioned, the economy? Obviously, inflation is very much tied into that. What do you think the Republicans are going to do to try to solve that problem?
Use their brains, because obviously the ones that's in office aren't using their brains right now.
I agree, because the ones that are in office, I mean, don't you know, though, they solved it. They solved it. The Inflation Reduction Act, right?
Right, sure, yeah.
No, but the issue is, though, I haven't heard a real plan from Republicans either, though, which is tricky.
First of all, get rid of that stupid vaccine mandate, the mask mandate. It didn't do a bit of good.
I don't think that's helping inflation right now, though.
Right,
No.
but
And there isn't. Is there a mask mandate in any state at this point?
There's still some. And then start drilling again. Start using our own oil instead of buying oil from Russia. That's asinine.
I don't think anyone's buying oil from Russia except for like India at this point.
So they're still getting it from other countries.
They're still getting it from overseas.
And we got plenty
use our
here.
own.
Why can't we use our own?
Especially while prices are high to a degree, like we definitely need to be producing our own oil while gas prices are high. However, like a good reason why gas prices are high right now too are because the oil companies are like taking advantage of the fact that they're high. They're making record profits right now. And we're actually like the American oil companies in a lot of cases are exporting a lot of their oil. So like, it's like, yes, I think, to a degree in the long term, and you might disagree with this, I think we need to transition to more green energy sources and whatnot. But
I'm driving an electric car.
That's okay.
That's never going to happen.
Hey, I'm not going to force you to, okay?
Yeah. Never going to happen.
But like, sure, we can drill more in America, but we're just going to like sell it. Like the oil and gas companies are not like America first. They're not America first. Yeah, they're money first.
But they could still put some kind of tax on it, take it out of the United States and ship it out of the country. The government can do that.
You know what? I think so. A tax on exports of like to make it so that. I'd be okay with that. Again, I think in the long term, though, like drilling more oil and gas in the long term probably doesn't make sense when there is a finite amount of it, and it's clearly like causing problems. In the long term, it's going to be causing, and it is causing problems now with climate change and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. We'll agree to disagree on some of that. But that's
in our area, the gas and oil was booming with the drilling. They were fracking. It was wonderful. There was so many people. Everybody was working. The economy was just booming. And now, it just like everything's dried up again.
Why? So is it because the fracking companies are they forced to close?
Yes, they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to be drilling and doing the stuff that they
existing ones.
Right. So it's sad, and Trump needs to get back in there. That's our only hope, is if he gets back in office. But we got to get all the Republicans in office first, so that they can back him.
But just to circle back to the beginning of this one more time, I still don't think I've heard like how will Republicans fix inflation?
By putting people back to work, by opening up the.
I mean, the unemployment is 3%.
How about if we quit bringing the Mexicans in here, or bring the Mexicans in here and close the border back up?
Close the border.
They're going to take all our jobs.
But again, unemployment is like really low right now.
That's because the other ones are all laying around doped up and not even trying to find a job anymore. Their unemployment's ran out. We have rental property, believe me. Yeah. I see it all the time. They're not even looking for jobs anymore.
So Jordan, this is the textbook thing that I'm talking about. You're hearing it right there, right? The Mexicans are going to take our jobs. The reason we have inflation is because of immigration. Okay, you present them with an argument against that. Well, now it's the guys that are doped up. Like, it becomes this like just moral desserts sort of argument with these folks. And the unfortunate reality is they're spoon-fed a diet of so much daily, not only misinformation on Fox, right? The misinformation that because if somebody on Fox actually bothered to tell these folks that the reason that's the case is because all the American oil companies are selling all of that oil abroad. Like, that's the reason. It's got nothing to do with Trump or Biden. That is the reason, right? But no, they don't get those facts. They don't get them. Instead, they have Tucker Carlson coming on and saying white genocide, right? So
I wrote down a couple things. This is so when they say our economy was booming under Trump, for who? Who was it booming for?
I don't know. No one, literally no one, except for the plutonium.
And by the way, it wasn't booming under Obama or any of these people.
Exactly. It hasn't been booming for the working classes in a long time.
In 40 years, the economy wasn't booming under Trump.
No.
I mean, he gave tax cuts that 84% of it went to rich people. Unemployment was low because people stopped looking for jobs. It's the same old. I mean, income inequality kept going up. Stock buybacks were plentiful. So
they increased, in fact. So yeah,
right,
I mean, look, and they're doing it now, right? All of this inflation that we're seeing is coming from profiteering. It's not because of wages. Wages are still suppressed, right? But now, instead of these oil companies lowering the price of gas, they're engaging in stock buybacks. It's absolutely insane.
So I don't know what, I mean, maybe in their local community things were good, but not for the masses. The vaccine mandate mask thing. There are no vaccine mandates or mask mandates.
Mask mandates anywhere. Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about.
Well, it's like every point she brought up was just not related. Like, she's like, well, it's the inflation is these mandates that don't exist. Like, well, what does that have to do with anything? Well, I think there's still some of them somewhere. I don't know. Well, okay. Like, well, I mean, he kept going back to
I gotta give it out. I gotta hand it to Lewis.
He stuck with it, and like they didn't lose their cool with him. So like I give him credit as a reporter because he's like, what does this have to do? And I mean, they just kept giving like a circle of all these completely unrelated things, and I mean, it's really, really. I mean, as someone who grew up in Pennsylvania, I mean, I can tell you. That state is being decimated by the fracking industry. It is ruining the value of people's property. It is poisoning the water. The jobs are temporary jobs that don't last. But, like they're given pennies of what they should be given when these fracking companies come in and make agreements with them. They're ripping people off left and right. But, I don't blame the people because for some people it's like, gee, there was no way my kid was ever going to be able to go to college, but we got this deal from the fracking industry. It's not unrealistic now, even though they're getting freaking ripped off. These are desperate people. I mean, this is the part of the US that was like left behind a long freaking time ago. So
Exactly.
they're being exploited. And, they're conditioned to believe that it's helping them. And in reality, Biden's been a great friend to the fracking industry too. So was Obama, so it's like, it's like a placebo effect. They think the Republican is making their life better. In reality, it's always just been the same.
But I also wrote that down because she's saying fracking has dried up in her community. That has nothing to do with Biden. He's allowed fracking to continue everywhere. He ran on. We're gonna.
But you have to understand, Tucker Carlson told her otherwise.
Right, but he ran on. We're gonna prohibit it on federal lands. It's expanded on federal lands. So yeah, I mean, it's everything you guys are saying, and I go back to.
I can't speak to her community directly, but I can tell you, and I think we all know this. It's like if things have dried up there, they're just in the find out part of fuck around. Because again, this was all temporary stuff. This was all like a temporary thing. They just want to destroy your neighborhood. Then they're going to move on like a freaking parasite. So if that's happening in her community, I can't speak to the timeline of every community in the country. But if that is going on, they just happen to be in the find out part of fuck around. It has nothing to do with who is in the White House. The only way it would is if someone in the White House actually did something about it, which no one has.
Which no one has. I mean, but the whole entire country is in the find out part. That's part of the problem.
Sure.
Right. And I mean, bottom line, I go back to, the Democratic Party deserves what it's getting. You have, when Biden got into office, it was similar economic conditions to when Obama got in office during the 2008-2009 financial crash. Obama at that time, people argue whether he had a supermajority or not. Like technically he did, but Ted Kennedy was sick, so couldn't vote. Right. Obama had a shit ton more of a margin than Biden had, and basically folded like a cheap tent. Thought he could reason with people that said our number one priority is to make you a one-term president. And I don't know, maybe for whatever his reasons, probably had something to do with all the Wall Street cash he took. He focused on pushing a Republican healthcare plan. And when certain Democrats said, no, we won't go for a public option, he didn't use his God-given strength of oratory to go after them and say, I ran on a public option. We need at the time, 10 years ago, a public option was considered pretty left. So Obama sold out very quickly. And Biden, we didn't expect anything else.
Well, wait, can I add something real quick to that?
Sure.
The only people he was hard on was the people who gave him shit for backing down on the public option.
Yes.
The only people he went hard. Dennis Kucinich was like, where's the public option? He didn't want to support it. Obama twisted his arm into supporting it, and then he redistricted the guy.
Yep.
So the only people Obama was hard on were the people who actually wanted the public option.
Correct. Absolutely. And Biden came in, and again, I'm a broken record. There was nothing stopping him from, through reconciliation, doing a $15 minimum wage, several other things. Frankly, I think Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, what do they call it? The rotating villains. I think they were taking cover for a lot of other Democrats that didn't want. Hell, when Bernie tried to pass an amendment for a $15 minimum wage to be put into,
they came at him harder. It was ridiculous.
Yes. 8 Democrats voted against that for the $15 minimum wage. So it's not just Manchin and Sinema that were blocking things. So the Democrats are going to get what they deserve. And
they're also in the find out stage.
Yeah, exactly. Before we end, can we do a lightning round on Elon Musk?
No,
I also sent some more videos. I don't know if you want to play them, or maybe we're moving on to other stuff.
Which videos?
I emailed them. Just some more right-wing crazy stuff that we were talking about. I don't know if you're kind of burnt out on that, but I've got lots more of those.
Well, my brother's wife is giving birth, so I got to go.
Right?
soon.
No. Okay.
But,
I'll save them for Thursday.
I want to do a lightning round on Elon Musk. First, let's
World's
go.
biggest hypocrite.
Wait, did I put Tina's wildly viral tweet in here?
Yeah, that was wildly viral.
Hold on. Where's
wildly viral? Like,
I thought I put it in there. Oh yeah, it is. It's the first one. Can you show Tina's tweet, Colin? No.
Do you not see it?
Oh, there it is.
yeah.
Apparently, Elon Musk has a limit to what is acceptable free speech. And then she showed, I guess, this guy.
Well, okay, so you have to see all three of them. So this is Chris Warcraft. He's obviously using parody here to make a point, right? His point is the way this verification process is set up, anybody that's willing to pay the $8 can, get priority in his free speech model because free speech is for sale on Elon Musk's Twitter side. It's not for everybody. If you don't have the $8, fuck it. You're not going to get priority. But his point is, I'm going to change my name, just my screen name, not my handle, right? And I'm going to say this really silly thing to make a point here, right? Because that's where this is leading. So, which is what he did. And it says, there's nothing better than waking up and enjoying a fresh steaming cup of my own urine. Such a tangy, blah, blah, blah. I just went off the screen so I can't see it. But then, so the response to this was that his account was restricted, temporarily restricted. Then within a couple hours, it was suspended. So I was like, I see how this is going. All right. And then we come to find out that he did this to multiple accounts. So there was this whole thing like blue checks. We're just like, okay, we're going to fuck around here and make a point, and change our names to Elon Musk. Somebody changed their name to Andy No. That was completely hilarious, by the way, too. But, again, this is clearly, obviously parody. But he's so thin-skinned. This is what he did. So then he suspended the account. So it was really funny, Jordan. I just thought
this is free speech, right?
100% it is.
Elon gets free speech. He could buy the company wildly overpriced at $44 billion. But if you attack him or mock him, yeah.
Oh, he suspended a comedian friend of mine. One of my favorite comics in LA, Robert Tran. Yeah, he suspended her for something similar, permanent suspension. After saying, not only did he say like, "Hey, the bird is free speech," but he also said that comedy's legal again. But he's suspending comedians. So, yeah, I mean, he's a hypocrite on so many levels. He is the dog who caught the car. Because he's like, oh, let it sink in. Well, let it sink in for you, Elon, because now you have to try to play the fiddle for your little fanboys and for the advertisers, and it ain't going to work. You can't have both.
Right.
All of his plans have been a disaster.
Speech.
This $8 a month thing is going to be a freaking disaster because now you can't verify anyone on Twitter, so you don't know who's saying what. People are leaving the platform in droves. Advertisers are leaving the platform. I don't know if this is the beginning of the end on Twitter, but I know that we're wrapping up soon, so this seems like a good time to plug. I'm on Mastodon now. You can follow me over there. I'm at Ron Placone. And also, I got some tour dates coming up. January 28th, I'll be in Tucson. February 17th, 18th, San Diego. February 10th, LA. RonPlacone.com for all tickets.
So
that was very well done.
That was, you slid that right in there. I want to point out, Jordan, the second part of this. So he's not only going after the verification system, which was never supposed to be about status, right? The point of verification is that the folks that join up and want to trust who they're talking to on Twitter is the real person. They can do that, right? This person's been verified. They've seen your ID. They know it's really you. So, when you're talking to Susan Sarandon or Jordan or me or whatever, you're actually talking to us and not some fake account. But under Elon's, system, that's no longer the case. Right now, it's like, hey, you got $8? Have at it. So he's trying to turn it into a status symbol, and it's not going to be a status symbol, first of all, because it's not a status symbol by virtue of the fact you're willing to give it to anybody that's willing to pay for it. Ridiculous, right?
I am going to say something that might not be popular, but I'm just going to keep it real. I might actually buy the $8, particularly for Status Coup, because we've been deranked and suppressed for years. So Elon Musk is openly saying, if you buy this, you're going to get preferential treatment in search and all these things. Now, I am against that morally, but I'm for it if it's going to help Status Coup, because we've been basically buried in the algorithm on Twitter forever and ever and ever.
We'll have that conversation offline later.
Hey, I'm just going to be honest. If you've been a victim of this algorithm and there's a short-term opportunity before Twitter blows up to get your content seen, I'm not as an individual, I'm not for it, but listen, I want our clips to be seen, particularly our on the ground reporting, unions, whatever it is.
Are you convinced?
Hang on, let me say this. I think that backfires because people know you're paying for it and it's a turnoff. Like I for one am not going to pay to keep my badge. They can have it. Take it.
Well,
I don't want to
technically,
I don't want anything to do with this.
technically, I would agree with you if you were just kind of paying for it to get your general tweets and stuff out. But hey, if under Elon Musk Twitter are reporting from Amazon union drives or worker strikes or Flint, if I just pay $8 a month and it could come up more visibly, I think people will say, yeah, I don't really like the practice, but like actually see the reporting and focus on that more. That's what I think. I could be wrong, but
well, let me ask you,
Ron, you'd be the determining determining judge.
No. I get where both of y'all are coming from. As an individual, I'm not gonna pay $8 a month, but I totally get if it helps get stories out there. But what I'm curious about, because I don't know where I stand on this yet. When you say we got a short-term window, are you convinced this is definitely the beginning of the end? Like, is this Twitter's MySpace moment? Because things could still change. It's only been a week. He could backpedal on all this.
Yeah.
And people could come back. So I don't. Well, I agree, but it's like, there's still, because here's another like weird kind of like fly in the ointment here. I think the best thing Elon could do for his brand, and Elon cares about his brand, let's be honest, the best thing he could do is pull a Trumpian move, back out of it, and blame everyone. The advertisers are woke culture and they don't want to work with me because I care about free speech. It's a bunch of baloney. But that's the best play he could make to save his brand. Sell it and blame everyone else. He'll lose money, but he stands to lose a lot more. And he stands to bruise his ego more. I don't think he wants that.
I don't know who he's not going to be able to sell it. Who's he going to sell it to?
He could sell it to someone, whoever, if he makes the price low enough. I'll give him $20. What do you got?
Let me read this thread because I thought it was interesting. This is one person's view on what Elon Musk and all these actions. It's the last tweet, the last thing on the live doc, Colin. No. Yeah. The more Musk's actions, I should probably bring it up so I can read it. The more Musk's actions don't make sense from a commercial point of view, the more I become convinced that this is about politics for him, specifically ingratiating himself with the American right and with Beijing. A brief thread with evidence.
Okay.
Musk seems to be on a mission to damage Twitter. He's alienating both the most unique part of its user base, the journalists and others who make it the global public square, and the advertisers who are Twitter's actual customers who can't stomach his erratic behavior. Why would he do this? It makes sense if you want to court a few specific groups, the American right, Beijing, and potentially other American adversaries. To understand the domestic political angle, you have to understand how the right has become fixated in recent years on the tech industry and the supposed liberals who run it. It's not supposals, liberals do run it. But anyway,
Liberals, not leftists, though.
Right.
Important distinction.
Correct. Very correct. Prominent right-wing figures now even talk of a kind of digital totalitarianism in which cultural norms are dictated by the supposed ability of tech companies to police online discourse. They badly wanted to see these companies displaced or forced to cater to the right, which is exactly what Musk is offering through his pledge to change how Twitter moderates discourse to allow more right-wing extremism, his culture war against blue checks, who in the minds of the right are the key figures in Twitter's cabal of liberal thought police. The plan to charge for blue checks makes no sense otherwise. It will destroy the perceived value of the blue check and earn piddling revenue, which is primarily an ad business. Its only purpose is to win plaudits from the right by showing he shares their enemies. Musk must calculate that however many online liberals he annoys, the left will never fully turn against him. He's the guy that made electric cars a real thing. He thinks he could use that space to court the right. Why? I don't know, but I'm convinced that's what he's doing. Next up, China. Here's a screen grab from today's Wall Street Journal. At a time of great tension between Beijing and American companies operating in China, Tesla stays in their good book through actions like this. Twitter can help with that. And he highlighted, he praised some foreign firms for expanding their presence, naming Tesla Inc.'s opening of a showroom in Xinjiang, the region where China has carried out the mass detention of ethnic Uyghurs. It's no secret that China often pressures Western companies to take particular stances on Taiwan or other issues by threatening to cut off market access. They want to control Western discourse through sheer market power. As the owner of Twitter must know that some of that pressure will come his way. It even gives him a greater opportunity to ingratiate himself to Beijing by influencing how China, Taiwan, and the Uyghurs are discussed on the platform. I'll put this whole thread in the super chat if you want to read it. I agree with a lot of that. Some of it I don't. Some of it I think is speculation, but Elon Musk certainly wants to be perceived nicely by China for his Tesla and other operations.
See, I agree with some of it. I think the timeline is a bit off. I don't think Elon Musk is trying to win over the right. I think he has already won over the right. So his action is not pissing off members of his fan base.
Right.
I think it's
they're egging it on, right?
He already has them, so he doesn't want to piss them off. He wants to keep the advertisers without pissing off all the edgelords who are like, we have our champion now. And that's why he's the dog who caught the car.
He is the dog. I want to, Jordan, I'm emailing a link to you about a Twitter thing that I want to show you because I think it's relative. So this is a guy that, obviously has vocally said that he's against cancel culture, right? That's part of the problem. That's part of what motivated him to buy Twitter, right? So, Colin, I just emailed you this tweet because I think we should talk about this. He's alienating the advertisers, right? He's going after them full throttle, which is really insane. Like, he doesn't seem to want to understand why brand safety is a thing, right? So these are brands that are basically saying to him, you've let all these like neo-Nazi types back on the platform. I don't want my brand, which is Clorox or whatever, to be associated with Hitler Lover 1488 for the obvious reasons. He's not dense. He must be able to understand this on a certain level, right? So this is a really interesting response from him. He says, this guy, Mike Davis, is some MAGA guy, right? So he says, you have nearly 114 million Twitter followers. Name and shame the advertisers who are succumbing to the advertiser boycotts so that we can counter boycott them. And you get your $8 monthly subscription going ASAP so we can start make up for lost revenue now, right? So basically this guy is saying,
your boots, sir.
Name the brands that are walking away from Twitter and don't want to put advertising on your website anymore so that we can go after them, right? That is the ultimate cancel culture, isn't it? That's what these guys say they're against. But let's scroll down and read Elon's response to this. Thank you. A thermonuclear name and shame is exactly what will happen if this continues. Are you kidding me with this response? This is absolutely asinine. Obviously, yes, cancel culture is okay, right? If I get to go after the brands that just simply don't want to spend their money with me anymore because their right to free speech, they don't get that either.
Well, guess what, too? Advertisers, I mean, I think in some ways it's not even that deep. Advertisers want users. Twitter already has less users than, say, Facebook, Instagram. And now they have even less because people have been leaving the platform. So advertisers are saying, hey, we're not going to work with you anymore. I mean, Elon Musk going like, oh, the advertisers aren't for freedom of speech. That would be like us being like, hey, every brand that doesn't advertise on Status Coup is violating our freedom of speech.
It's
if
insane.
They don't advertise on Status Coup for whatever reason, that's
Name
a violation.
them and shame them. Yeah.
We are entitled to every advertiser. No, that's not how it works. An advertiser can affiliate or not affiliate with any brand they want. That's the free market that Elon loves so much.
Right.
That's the free market. So
but apparently, how?
See, what I think is going to happen, and this goes hand in hand, not just with Twitter, but frankly, there's been a lot of attempts to make alternatives to YouTube that it's like, kind of the hot one of the month, like BitChute or Rockfin or yada, yada.
Yeah.
But the truth is, same thing with Facebook and other things. The truth is, there's some platforms now people are switching to, but it's going to have the same problem. They're not going to have the user base. So I think, I don't know if Elon Musk necessarily, yeah, he's a billionaire and he does universally care about money, but I don't think he's going to focus as much on like the short-term financial loss as he will focus more on like whatever his true motive is here, because it obviously wasn't about making money by overpaying by billions of dollars for Twitter. So what I do think is going to happen is Twitter is going to become, or is already becoming, a much worse cesspool than it is now. I also think he basically laid off like the majority of data and engineers. So Twitter is going to become,
and content moderators. He's laid off like anybody that mattered in the company is gone.
I think Twitter's going to become much more susceptible to hacks.
100%. Downage, all kinds of things.
Domestically or foreign. And I think Twitter, I don't know. I don't know if it will go in the dustbin anytime soon, but I do think it's just going to be totally the wild, wild west. And that's going to feed into media, because most of our media system, the content they generate is just taking tweets and reporting on them.
Well, they won't be able to do that anymore. I mean, that's the thing. I think that's what's going to kill it, because it's like, again, the verification system. That's why every news article says so-and-so tweeted, because they know it's actually so-and-so.
Yeah.
Now that credibility is gone, I mean, that's going to like plummet the platform. And the other thing too,
it will totally plummet the platform.
You're going to have a lot of spam.
Hold on. We have some breaking news here on the topic.
You're kidding.
I just texted it to you. So I'll leave you guys in suspense.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, what?
Colin, let me know when you have it up here. Elon Musk has sold Twitter. No, that's not the breaking news.
That'd be nuts. I'd have to give myself a little bit of pat on the back there. I'd be like, he heard me.
Hold on. Twitter is delaying the rollout of its $7.99 a month verification check marks until after Tuesday's midterm election. There were some internal fears that going ahead before the election would sow discord.
We'd like to have credibility for a few more days.
So how's that going to work, though? How's that going to work after the election on Tuesday, when there's like a 2-week period of like massive election denialism, militiamen storming around voting booths that are still counting, legal challenges all over the country pushed by Republicans?
I have a feeling
they're going to keep delaying. That's
my guess.
My guess is yes. Or he backs away and puts it in the trash bin and says this was a bad idea, which is what he should do.
That's what he should do.
I mean, also, honestly, a smarter play might not be popular with everyone, but a smarter play would just be just charge $2 a month to use Twitter. I mean, a lot of people won't do it, but just say, listen, we don't want to be reliant on advertisers. And we want to keep the platform, be able to fund our services. So there's going to be a basic user fee of $1.99 a month. And you could, higher levels, you'll get more, whatever. That's not going to totally get him his money back or make a profit. But if you really want to challenge the spam problem, the bots problem, not be totally advertiser reliant, you charge a user fee.
Or I say, if you're going to do that, have a thing where you verify everybody.
Yeah.
That's what I said. If you're going to do it, just verify everybody that's willing to be verified. I think that's the best plan if that's your concern. I mean, it shouldn't have.
But I also think something that people should clearly see now, because I think, Ron, we've talked about this before. But, the Glenn Greenwalds of the world, they want to focus only on like capital C censorship, like people being banned, people being removed, their tweets being removed. And that is a concern. I mean, in some cases, I think cancel culture is good. Like, I'm not crying that Kanye is being canceled. Fuck him.
Fuck him.
Frankly, if advertisers want to pull out from Tucker Carlson, like, yeah, your freedom of speech isn't freedom to profit. Like,
that's right.
Freedom
of speech is not freedom of speech free of consequence. That's what people.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, some people think that. I mean, I'll just to go back to the buzzword. I'm not sure I entirely know what cancel culture even is. I'm inclined to say it's not a real thing, because sometimes people say cancel culture is consequences for your words.
Right.
Like,
Yes.
it's just like if you say
agree.
something and people react to it and act accordingly, that's how
on
life
you.
works.
That's how
Didn't
life
your
works.
mom teach you like consequences for your actions?
But
Yeah.
I think what
I agree.
the bigger story in Elon's first chaotic week is the jig is up. It's now open that they have been rigging their algorithm, because the shadow censorship, and that is done on Twitter, that is done on YouTube, that is done on Facebook, that they pick winners and losers in their algorithm. So YouTube was open about it. We are going to make more visible, quote, authoritative news. That's the reason Status Coup isn't growing. That's the reason that we have 128,000 subscribers, but half the time we can't get out to new people because they bury independent outlets or not authoritative in their algorithm. And in response to that, many independent outlets choose then to go down the right-wing rabbit hole to get seen. People know who I'm talking about. But Elon has openly said, if you pay $8, we are going to rig the algorithm in your favor. You're going to show up first in mentions, you're going to show up first in replies, and you're going to show up more prominently in search. So I don't know how much more clear it is that content is not rising or sinking organically anymore.
No, it's not. And this is insane to me that he's trying to sell that as being free speech, democratic free speech, right? It's not, because, and here's the other idea. A lot of people that are verified on Twitter, right, are journalists that are doing really intense work that they get paid not very much for. So they're not wealthy. So this idea that everybody that has a blue check is a wealthy individual and part of some sort of global elite is just nonsense. It's nonsense.
Correct. So, yeah, I mean, I think that in one way, I mean, I was thinking for Status Coup, like, hey, if the algorithm's been fucking us for 4 years, I might as well take advantage of it now and try to get more prominently seen. But at the end of the day, people should realize we're fighting an information war here. It's not just the corporate. It's not just the corporate media and their propaganda and what they did to Bernie and what they generally do to progressives. It's these Silicon Valley platforms. I mean, look, 5 years ago, Ron and Tina, CNN videos might have got a few thousand views on YouTube. Now Wolf Blitzer is getting hundreds of thousands of views. Is there suddenly a huge fervor for Wolf Blitzer?
No, it's what they show you in the returns. Like
I don't know, man. When they sent him to the wrong city for the COP26, that might have just boosted him. Everyone, but they're like, we can't get enough of this guy now. The whole thing's a shtick. We love it.
So again, you're making, and if you ever look in trending on YouTube for the news category, it's always CNN, the Washington Post, Bloomberg, CNBC. I mean, come on. So
like you can literally type in the name of something you're looking for, like I need a return on this type of content, and YouTube will serve you videos that have absolutely fucking nothing to do with it, but they're all network things. And you're like, none of this. I will literally have to go to page 25 to find what I'm looking for. It's absolutely pathetic.
And also, let's remind it. I mean, I think most people know this, but it wasn't always that way.
No, it wasn't.
It used to be totally not that.
Yeah, thank you, Google.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Anything you guys have before we go?
No.
Nope. Just, yeah. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Smash that like button.
Damn right.
Did we tell people smash it?
Let me read some super chats, and don't go anywhere because I have a public service announcement. Al Waski, $10. We deserve the democracy we support. Thank you so much. Richard, $9.99, another great show. Thank you, Richard. Humorous, $10.
Humorous.
Thank you.
To everyone who likes Status Coup, our goal as the audience should be to donate and send super chats so many times that Jordan has to say, "I'm sorry, there's too many to read." I like that idea.
I like that
idea. Obviously, we understand it's tough times for everybody. So if you can't leave a super chat, if you can't become a member, we understand. If you can, as far as I know, we're the only independent outlet that ever leaves the studio and goes out there on the ground, whether it's union drives, worker strikes. Lewis and John are on the ground covering the elections in Pennsylvania. It's wildly expensive. This trip alone with Lewis and John, obviously I'm paying them both per day.
Right, so John's got to change his name, though. This isn't, we got to switch it up because we got Status Lou.
Oh, right.
John is Drew now.
Yes.
So
we're
going to switch that up soon.
Paying freelance reporters, paying freelance camera people, hotels, rent a car. We're probably going to have to get a second rent a car because we're going to split them up on election night. It could cost between $3,000 and $4,000 just for a few days. So if you can support us as a member, statuscoup.com/join. That's a membership, $5 to $10 a month. If you're already a member, you could donate to this trip, statuscoup.com/donate, any amount. Let me read some more. Malena, $5. Thank you. Tressa, $3. Thank you. Zinky Robert, monthly recurring donation, $5. Thank you so much.
Sign up. Yeah.
Procuri Robert, one-time donation, $30.
Wow,
so
thank you.
This is a donation he made to this trip. So I should have been specific. Donate specifically to cover the costs for this trip. They are Lewis and John were live from the MAGA rally yesterday. They went live from the Bernie rally today. Tomorrow, it's up in the air. They might cover Fetterman in Pittsburgh or go to Philadelphia and cover Oz. And then on election night, it's up in the air, but they'll be live from somewhere. They'll probably be zigzagging the state between Pittsburgh and Philly. So gas is also expensive.
Yeah.
So thanks for that donation, Robert.
Hey,
Douglas.
if anyone needs food wrecks, hit me up. That's my hometown. So
yes. Douglas became a new member on Status Coup's website. So thank you, Douglas. Again, that's statuscoup.com/join. Treza, another $3. Dave L, $10. The work of the U.S. left is to organize surfers in Nebraska.
Thank you, Dave. Love the callback, buddy. Thank you kindly.
Yes. And Wyoming. So we'll piss off Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
Steve Wolfbrand, $1.99. Loving the on the ground work. Thank you so much. Humorous, another $20.
Thank you, Humorous.
The United Corporations of America do not pay taxes now. You could put a 50% tax on exporting oil. They won't pay that either. That is why everyone is miserable in America. The United Corporations do not pay tax. Correct, because the United Corporations have bought off the politicians, just like Joe Manchin said. So what we need to do, is start organizing economic boycotts. It's not going to happen overnight. We're not going to have a general strike tomorrow, but how about you fucking boycott that local grocery store who's exploiting your workers? How about we organize some protest of the local community bank that's not so kind to the community? How about we do boycotts of Amazon for more than the first day of the month? You got to start somewhere. We've talked about this, but I'll go and cover the protests. I've been doing it for years, but at a certain point, we got to stop just circling the same blocks over and over, chanting the same shit over and over if there's no economic component. And the devil's advocate will say, well, Jordan, I don't have fucking time to economically boycott. I'm working 3 jobs, or I can't economically boycott. That's why mutual aid is so important. And we're having more mutual aid on a smaller scale. Where worker strikes, there's a pot of money that's being put in from the community to help support people that go on strike, so that, if their health care is cut off or they're not making, strike pay, the unions provide strike pay, but it's not your full salary. So that's why we need more mutual aid pots. And there are mutual aid organizations developing. Das Bosch Fleiss, €5.99. DeSantis ad would fit perfectly into the Fallout video game series.
Yeah.
Maybe some speeches in the served as inspiration. I'll pretend to know that video game. Roger Meadows. Roger Meadows tipped $2. Yeah, Ron, I'm gonna kill you. You didn't read my rocks on your show before you went off. Just kidding.
I know, man. It didn't. Yeah, it lulled, man. I'm sorry. I responded though. I'll do a verbal response next stream. I promise.
Just kidding. Jokes. Never expect older people to care about climate change, for they are stuck in the past, having nostalgia of a bygone era. That
true.
Maybe they'll care if their homes are burned down, but you're right. Chris Garrett, $5. This country is being divided by the powers in control. People need to recognize this as the ancient divide and conquer strategy. Thanks for covering. Thank you. Annette, $4.99. Thank you. Just Isaac, $4.99. Keep going, Status Coup. We'll go as far as you fund us because we have no money coming from anywhere else. Last thing I'll say, again, let's just keep it real. if this was Bernie 2016 and we were on the road, the money would be pouring in and the members would be pouring in. It's not as exciting, these elections, but we're still on the ground covering them because I think it's important to be out there, because the CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, they're not actually interviewing voters. And when they do, it's very selective and we're actually out there talking to progressives. We're out there talking to some less than progressive people. We're out there. I think it's valuable. It might be funny. It might be scary, but I think it's valuable to show you kind of this MAGA movement.
I agree. It's valuable to understand them, to know where they're coming from. I agree with you.
Some of them are just batshit crazy, trans people, and hateful. Trans people should just keep it to themselves, that guy said. A hamburger is a hamburger, all that shit. But some of them, it's important. They might not be as bombastic, just misguided. And it's important to see, where does that misguided, where does this worldview of them come from? And I also think it's important to show even deflated Bernie supporters or deflated progressives that there still are people out there, fighting the good fight. So if you can, one more time, consider becoming a member, statuscoup.com/join. Yeah, you get perks as a member. We do a monthly Zoom call with members. Maybe as a member, we'll start doing some comedy skits with Ron, if he'll do it. We also do behind the scenes video content from the road. So we'll have some behind the scenes video with Lewis and John out there. So most importantly, you support independent journalism. So if you're spending, let's say, $5 a month on Starbucks burnt coffee or some form of lattes or some overpriced organic place, consider redirecting that to Status Coup. And if you're already a member, one more time, statuscoup.com/donate. You can that's a one-time contribution, or you could set up for monthly donations too. There's a drop down if you want a one-time donation or set up a monthly donation. So that's something you could do on top of membership if you have the funds. If you don't have the funds, just like the videos, share the videos, all that stuff. Something you could do for free is joining our text list. So that way you'll know when we're live. So that's statuscoup.com/text. And coming up soon, by the way, let me make a little programming announcement, because I'm going to be taking some time off soon to work on my book. So Tina and Ron will be hosting on Mondays. Then Ron will be hosting on Tuesdays, solo. And I'm sure he'll have some bells and whistles and guests.
There'll be bells and whistles and guests, folks.
Kim Brown will be hosting on Wednesdays. Tina and Ron will be back at it on Thursdays. With Tina's Right-Wing Insanity Report following them, and Fridays, who the fuck knows? But that'll be the schedule for a while as I take some time off. I'll be back at some point. I just need to focus on this.
Is Steve still going to be on Sunday then?
Yes.
Or,
No, Steve. Actually, I think we're going to air on Tuesdays right after Ron's show.
Oh, okay.
So Steve will be. Let's Get Ready to Grumble. We'll be moving to Tuesdays right after Ron's show. And that's all I can remember for now. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Tina and Ron, for jumping in on a Sunday. Colin for jumping in on a Sunday. Reminder, our on-the-ground reporting trip is not over. John and Lewis will be live again tomorrow. We don't know from where yet. So definitely follow our Twitter for updates. Make sure you're on our email list. We've been sending out emails with updates. Again, text notifications. We definitely have to have a better picture, because that was me rolling out of bed. Statuscoup.com/text, so you can get a text when we're live on the ground. We'll be live tomorrow on election night eve, and then on election night, Lewis and John will probably be joining Breaking Points. They're going to have their election night show, so we'll be live from there. Thank you guys